welcome along. This is Virtual Farmer, and we are starting a brand new series here. Yes, we are on Silverrun Forest, and Forestry Friday is back. So every Friday we are going to be on here. We're going to be doing our building up our forestry empire. Now, this is with the start from scratch presets on here. There are a couple of other changes we've got. We start with 100,000 and we start with the start farm, as you can see here. We do have a 500,000 pound loan. So if we have a look at our finances here, we have had to buy the farm and everything here. So we're starting with a 500,000 pound loan, and this is basically given us this setup. So we've got the Volvo BM tractor and the blade with the tow rope or the chain on it. We've got the Volvo BM log transport, and we have the Komatsu tree harvester as well. We've got a few pieces of land that we start with as well. So we're starting with 32, 33, and 36. So a lot of our work, I think, we're going to start doing in 36 and start clearing the area here. I think this would be a good place as well for us to place some productions if we manage to get to that point. And we're just going to see if we can pay off this loan and increase our empire. So I'm quite excited to get started on here, and I think we're going to have to get started in the Komatsu here, cutting some trees. Now, something I think I need to get fairly early on is some sort of wood chipper. Wood chips pay really well, and we're going to need them pretty early on. There are other bits and pieces around the map. There's a dump trailer and another bit down at the ore area. That moves very slow, so I don't think there'll be much that we can do in there. This area here as well is pretty empty. I think we want to try and plant some more trees ourselves too. So there's going to be all of that to get on with. But first, we want to cut this into some lengths. We'll pick up this as well. It does chug a bit. So all of these pieces of equipment have quite a lot of hours on them. We want to replace them quite quickly, I think. This has a maximum speed of 13 miles per hour. And I think 5-meter logs are all we're going to be able to actually load up into it. We're running at 10 times and single-day months because it doesn't matter so much with forestry. We do have the realistic weather, though, and as you can see, we've got a drought on the way. I don't think that will massively affect our equipment. In fact, I've got the automatic engine start-stop on. We want to get that turned off. Now, this is the strange thing about start from scratch settings. All of this is supposed to be off. We don't want any of that on. We want the trailer fill limit on. We've got normal fuel usage, normal dirt, disaster destruction is on, periodic climbing I want on, not that we're really going to be doing any plowing, and everything else is good. So yeah, that should solve the problem that I've just had. So we'll start this up. We do have a few mods like the forestry helper, or the lumberjack mod, I should say, is on here. I unfold this. What is our current length is 5 meters. So I'm going to use, I've got both of my joysticks in use here. We'll drop this down a little bit and out, and then we should be able to cut. And if I take it this way, that will come across the road. And up. Yeah, there we go. And then we will cut again. So cut length. We don't want to change the cut length. We want 5-meter lengths on here. Like that. And then cut this into here. And we should be able to load these up fairly easily with our transport vehicle here. just getting some initial money in, I think, will be really good. I want to get a trailer and a wood chipper. When it comes to the winter, we really, really want to be getting a whole load of stuff wood chipped. So wood chipping is going to be a very important part of this at that point. So lower that and cut. Again, if we can pull it over this way. Oh, look at that. And cut some more 5-meter lengths. We'll have a second stack immediately ready for us. What I want to work out today is exactly how many of these stacks our transport vehicle can take. The other thing we need really is some way of grinding stumps. So I want to get a stump grinder as well and clear that out. So we'll do one more of these then, and that will get us started, and then we can go from there. I think we want a wood chipper for when we're dealing with smaller stuff as well, so that should be good. So let's cut this. Not quite far enough out. Go a bit closer. Yeah, there we go. And then we can cut and turn. And yeah, I think the trick here is not to cut any of this too close to any of the other stuff. Otherwise, as we had a moment ago, when we have one that sort of ends up at the same point as the previous, it ends up causing an issue. That is a really interesting stack. Look at that. That's very, very cool. Right, let's start this up then, and we'll start getting these loaded. I've been having a lot of success using tools like this. And up, right, and then down, grab, and up. It's not that hard with the 2 joystick setup. It actually is really easy to get this done. So I'm quite happy with how this tends to function. Oh, this has limitations on how far that can go round though. Down and down. And look at that, nicely in. Right, so we need to get all this loaded up then. So close that round and it's up. And then we'll be in a position where we can then just create. Well, it's getting ourselves a sawmill, I think, is going to be a very early thing that I need to do. So I need to work out exactly how much getting the medium-sized sawmill is. If we have a look here, we've got quite a large area down here, actually, that we could start putting that in and maybe clearing space for us to do this. Productions, we want to look for the medium-sized sawmill, which is this. It's 150,000. We don't have enough money at the moment to get it, but it would fit down here quite nicely if we were to do it. Possibly would fit a little bit better. Oh, actually, down here. So we might immediately have to go and borrow more money and get this put in here and maybe clear whatever tree that is down there. That would be an awful lot cheaper than trying to buy the big sawmill. Plus, while we've got this bit of kit, it's going to be slow going to get stuff up there. So very much we want to try and get things moving, and that way we can then start supplying places like the boat and the roller coaster without too much hassle. I'm going for the limits of how much this can grab, and at the moment I think this can only grab one actual log at a time. So it's fairly slow going to get logs loaded up with this because, as I said, yeah, you got it one log at a time. You've got to then get them positioned and lined up. It's 3 trees also seems to be around about the right kind of amount to put into this. So it's an interesting bit of kit to use. But yeah, 2 large logs, it can't pick up more than that. And smaller logs, I think you might be able to get more in. But it's definitely not a big logging setup, this. And that's the thing. We want to start small and go bigger as we go. That confirms my 2 smaller logs theory. It picked those up without too much hassle. Getting them into position so they get on here without causing a problem, though. That's gone okay. We can pick up the last one. So we'll just go and grab that. Yeah. Does drop down to a much lower level of engine noise when you get out of it and you're no longer using the crane. Ripping power of this is not that strong. I am basically at its limit with one big log and one small log, or one smaller sort of medium log. It was not happy lifting all of that. Definitely not. Let's see if we can maneuver that into a better position. Yeah, I'm gonna have to come back. See if we can grab that and maneuver that a little bit further down my trailer. I'm pleased though. This has gone fairly well. If I can just maneuver myself into the right location for this. Grab that, turn it a little, let it go, lift it up, and then we'll lock it all back on. Yeah, we're going to fit all of this on here. In fact, I think these last 2 bits we might even be able to pick up by hand. Yeah. There we go. Right, let's go and have a look at this area that we want to clear out and get ourselves a new sawmill into. So this is the area up here on the right. I could just sell off the wood I've got, but I think we could get this into here and have a good area. There's maybe 1 or 2 trees that are in the way. Let's get the money first. Let's see if we can actually borrow the money we need. I don't know if we can. Our loan is already pretty well maxed out. So, yeah, we're at 500,000. Yeah, we can't borrow any more money. So I can't put this in initially. We are going to go and have to sell the wood we've got. So let's have a look at the prices for wood on here. Yeah, wood. There we go. Best price at the moment is at the paper factory. So this might take us a little while to get to. I think we might have to cut a few trees down in order to go and get the in order to actually raise the funds for this. And as a result, I think we're probably better off using our initial 100,000 to maybe get something to create some wood chips. Which means we need a trailer and we need a wood chipper. As something to get us started, this is a great little bit of kit. Its maximum speed, though, is only... Well, we're going 13 miles per hour. It has a maximum of 12. And I'm pretty impressed with it. It's doing well. I wouldn't want to try and drive uphill with this much wood on, and thankfully most of our route is downhill. We're gonna have an interesting crossing here though, because there's a fjord here, or a ford here I should say, and straight through. That's not too bad actually. That could have been much worse. We have to hope a train doesn't come through here, of course, which I don't think it does. And then round the other side of this should be a point where we can unload wood. Now, this being a paper factory, this is a production. There we go. And we can very easily get this for ourselves. Now, we do have the ability to lease productions here as well. So if we wanted to lease this and start making some paper from here, we can. But I'm going to just see how much this wood is first. 10,000 for a load of wood. So 5 loads would get us enough to... Oh, wow. I don't think my crane fits through here. No, it doesn't. Not in this position. So we'll send it down. There we are. That should fit now. Yep, there we go. Yeah, 10,000, that's actually not too bad. I think 5 loads would take us a while though. So we need to work out exactly how the best way to do this is. As I said, I'd really like to put that sawmill in. If I can put that sawmill in, this is going to be a fine bit of kit, but it takes quite a while to get this to drive back and forth to where we're cutting trees at the moment. If we could make 20,000-30,000 a day though, that would be good, and we'd have the sawmill by the new year. So yeah, this is not actually too bad. Although look at this on this hillside. Not overly happy about going up this kind of steep slope. We kind of maybe need something. Maybe we get the Volvo BM tractor with a trailer on it, because this at the moment is not making it easy. Thankfully, that is a relatively short distance that we have to travel to drop stuff off with this, so it's not bad at all. That has we've turned around and done that pretty quickly. I don't know if the trees on that side belong to us on the left-hand side. So I don't know if we can clear any of that, but certainly down here, I think we should be able to, and get into the area where we want to clear for the sawmill. So if we continue doing that, and that's what we're working towards at the moment, is getting that sawmill. Let's just park this here, and we'll grab our free harvester. I don't think there should be any trees that are too big, and we know that how many trees we need to cut down now, and how long that should take us. So let's cut back here and just make a bit more space. So lift that up, push that out a bit, and bring that in. Now turn. Has that turned off? Yeah, that has. Pull it in a little bit and drive forwards. Wrap that around the tree, cut it, and then we send it going that way. Want to lift everything up so that everything clears. Like that, and then we'll cut ourselves another load of tree length. And again, we want 3 more trees here. Give us hopefully another 10,000. Though those little end bits, those would really do well. I'm trying to look at the moment for trees that basically would allow us to make the most money, but also we want to clear off area here and clear enough space to get this sawmill in. Cut that. Oh, a little bit more. Cut that. There we go. Bring that down the side of our harvester. So I think this harvester is an older one, if I remember correctly. We'll have a look in the shop at the moment, because I have got the years mod on here, the equipment years mod, which should tell me exactly how old this is. But I think this is from like 92, 91, 92. This was originally released as harvester. So fitting in with the whole starting in with older equipment on here. If we have a look in our harvesters, does it tell me the year here? It should be. No, it's not. It's not telling me the year. Yeah, 2014, 2019. Doesn't have it on because it's a mod, unfortunately. I think I read that this is a 90s tree harvester, which is very cool. I part of the reason why I wanted to start with a base game farm is to start with this as a used piece of equipment. The rough estimate I have for the equipment being about 300,000 seems to be about right, and then about 100 odd thousand for us to buy the land. It's probably a little bit of a discount overall. Go into there, So I'm quite happy with the setup we have, or we start with on here. This is our third tree, so we're going to load all this up. I think this is the one that's actually in the way. There we go. Right, let's move this out of the way then. I think the next one is going to be this one. Well, let's cut this now. See how much we can actually fit. Because the more we can fit on our trailer, yes, it'll be slow on the uphills, but we will also be able to get more money, and it'll take us less trips as well, which is always good. So let's cut this. Get this on here. And then we can start loading stuff up again. If I pull this alongside each of these, I should then hopefully be able to just swing this round and grab each of them in turn. It does take, yeah, you can see here's the limitation of the whole thing. Straight to get out, and I'm hoping I can get enough of a grab on this. Nope, I'm gonna have to move closer. Yeah, it's a little bit weird, but I like limitations. I like having trouble early on, because if I have trouble early on, things can only get easier as we start moving through. And also those limitations make it better for me with stuff that doesn't have those limitations later. I end up being able to control things a lot more easily from that point of view. Pull that out. Drop. And in. There we go. Yeah, this is working out really nicely, and very easy for me to grab all this stuff and get it loaded up, which is a huge advantage. This is quite a big, oh yeah, lump of wood that we've got here. I need to strap that down, push that up. Oh, and it's strapped a piece of wood to the side. Oh god, this can be a lot of fun sometimes. Unstrap that, that'll drop that off. Yeah, then lift this up. So there are no anchors on this Volvo BM, so you are very much at the mercy of the weight of the logs that you put on. Need to swing this round like this, turn that. Yeah, I'm having trouble turning the head, and we're in serious danger of losing this log before I can. Oh, we're gonna drop it here, I think. Yeah. Then I'll maneuver myself to the point where I can pop back down, grab it again, and reposition, hopefully in a better place. Oh, and I think it's because the cable got too tight. Yeah, that was why. You do have to watch it with this. It can very easily get that black cable on the right hand side of, well, from the operator point of view, that can get taut, and as a result it can't actually turn all the way. So watching out for that and making sure that I have enough room to maneuver with the head is very important, because that has caught me out a couple of times now. One thing that I've found easier is if when you're picking up the stuff or the wood, you align it with the actual arm when you're trying to spin it round. That works really, really well. These logs fell off and are pulling fell a little bit further away, but you can see now I've got it aligned with the arm, and if I get it high enough, that means that I don't have to turn the head when I'm laying it down, especially if I'm laying it straight. And then you can line the head where you want to on the bit without everything getting wrapped, and it just makes everything work that little bit better. This tree was huge. This tree actually has pretty much filled this trailer, which is amazing. I'm very surprised by that. With 2 trees, we've almost got a full trailer here. So we'll see where this goes. But you can see I've had to pick this one up right on the end. So getting it at a point where it's going to lay properly is going to be interesting. Right, let's pull that in there then. Whoa, whoa. Nope, not off the... Yeah. Sometimes it just getting things into a position where you need them is a little bit of fun. And when everything's moving around, it ends up that you get everything sort of shuffling a little bit, and yeah, that really wants to be a little bit further back. So we send this out, drop down, grab it, and we pull in a bit, and hopefully, yeah, that just shifts it up a little bit. Perfect. But yeah, there's not a lot of space left on here for much more wood. Thankfully, the next tree was much smaller. Wow, that's much smaller. We might actually be able to pick up all of this tree in one go. Let's see if our crane can actually handle this. Oh, yeah, much smaller tree. Align it, swing it round, hopefully before it all falls off, which we didn't manage to do. But still, not a lot here. Not a lot here at all. In fact, I think that top bit that's sort of lying across the other side will probably be able to get that picked up by hand. Let's have a look. Can we pick this up by hand? Yeah, that's not very heavy. But it's quite a way on top of here to get it. Normally just try and slot them in from the back. That one will fit on the side there like that. Can I fit one more tree on here? That is the question. I would really like to be able to. If I can, we'll make more money this time, and we could make up to 25,000. So that's why. Oh, we could put ourselves at 25,000 today, which would be massive. That would get us halfway to where we want to be going into the winter, because then any wood we put into that sawmill, that will also produce wood chips. So over a year we'll be able to save up wood chips from our sawmill as well, and make more money from that. Where was that sitting? About right. Yeah, we need to lock those down and see if we can get these last few logs on here, because this is looking a very full trailer. I might have to go around on the road, because I think trying to get up any hill with this being as full as we're looking at getting it is gonna be tough. Final log I need to pick up with this. And we'll get that in there, pick that up. This is all going to fit on the top. We have fit 4 trees on here, which is very good news. Whether we'll get the amount of money I'm hoping to get, this is a very full trailer. I'm hoping that we can get up to 25,000 today. We'll just lock all that on, strap all that down, and then we've got the last little bit here. So basically, yeah, anything that we put into the sawmill that is that it would be too small to do anything with, that would get turned into sawdust or to wood chips. I have to try and jump on the roof of this because we need to get over here. Yeah, pick this up. Let's just put it down the side there. Right, that is everything onto there. So let's restrap it all. Let's turn that. We'll close the head up, push everything out, bring it down, get it as low as we possibly can. Be there, there. Right, let's go and see how much we can make with this. What I want to look at, though, is... See, if we go this way and out here, I'm still going to have to go massively uphill here. That might all be, though, if we go around this way, that might all stay fairly low. I don't know. There's quite a bit of hard work he's doing here to get this done. And we'll see how much money we can make from this very full second trailer. The original way I went is the flattest, but it's not flat. So we're gonna just keep working our way through. We do seem to be getting fairly good traction with this, even on a slope like this, but you can see that is pushing things, and it does seem to struggle up this bit. But this is the last steep bit on this direction, so it should be absolutely fine getting it up here. There we go. We are up, and away we go. It's down a little bit again, but we've made it, and it's all downhill from here. And so we're back up to the paper mill, really struggling to get out of the ford with as much as we've got on the back, but I think we're doing all right. Yeah, we're doing all right. So pull this into here, and we can get this sold. Again, slightly too high. Hang on, if I put it to the side, I can then lower it down. Yeah, like that. Then we won't hit anything, and we're in. Must remember, if I'm coming into here, though, I've got to come at it from the other side. So let's sell that wood. 11,478, so not as much as we got with the last one, amazingly. We'll pull that in, fold it all down. Yep. And there we go. So we are at 121,481. We will have a bit of loan to pay overnight, so that will go down. And we need to find a way next time to be a little bit more efficient, I think, in what we in how we're doing this, so that we can try and make that money a little bit quicker and get that sawmill up and running. For now, though, I'm going to get this back to my logging camp. Something came up that is going to be very useful to getting us started on our journey on this map. And that is this. We have a new industrial sawmill mod that got released. It costs just 10,000 to set up. And yeah, I think it's going to be absolutely brilliant for us. So we're going to put we're actually going to put a couple of these down. I'm going to put one down here. I've just been trying to decide on the direction to put them. But I think we'll put them this way around here. And we'll put one down there, and then I'm gonna have to move my the forwarder here, because we want to put a second one down here, and this way we'll be able to take stuff from all over our forestry area with this forwarder, bring it down here, and then be able to just load it into these, so that we can then load up and go. And what we also need to do, though, is have some way of transporting goods from these out to where we want to take them. So this will allow us to do pretty much everything we want. Wood planks, we've got lots of wood planks, and wood delivery. I'm not sure. Yeah, so we can get wood straight out of it. I don't think it produces, so there's no sawdust or no wood chips that come out of this, so we won't get any of that from this, but I think this will be really, really useful. And I'm going to put 2 of these in, so the idea is that we will have a fair amount of production from it. Maybe it does have wood chips, because there's an empty at the other side. We're just going to get some extra earth down here so that we can see stuff. Let's just go with this and with the painting. Yeah. Just want to sort of paint the mud around here, get rid of these bushes, and sort of give us some extra space. And then we'll increase the size of this and just the area around here that we drop stuff off. We're gonna do that as well. So yeah, this should be pretty powerful for us, I think, getting started. We'll be able to fill both of these up. These can take a maximum of 250,000 liters. Wow. I think we're actually going to be hard pressed to fill both of these. So that's good. I don't know what their speed is like. Over here, yeah. Yes, we do have wood chips. So we're gonna need to be able to transport all this. To do that, there's nothing in the used vehicle sales. I think we want a small truck or something like that. We do have a tractor, and I've got a use for that. But we head up here, trucks. We've got the Lizards, or we got the CV International. Oh, there's two really good choices here. This would be a great choice for us. We got flatbed, we've got tipper. Yeah, we could either use this as a flatbed, although how easy is that going to be to fill? I'm not sure. Oh, we can take the side guards off. Oh no, we can, yeah. Okay, so we got this truck here that would do us fairly well, I think. Or for slightly less, we got the Lizard. And if I set that to, yeah, if we set that to bale trailer, we can transport stuff with that. So, not quite sure. We probably will go with one of those two. We need to get some sort of front loader or something like that in order to load stuff up here. And I'm thinking our Volvo tractor might end up being surplus to requirements. We're certainly at the moment, we're not looking to use it. So yeah, I'm not sure what to do with the Volvo. It's not a huge amount of use to us at the moment. We are definitely in a position where we don't really need it, and that money would probably buy us a truck. We're going to have a look at how much that tractor's worth in a moment, but I think we probably would do well to have that. Right, let's back that off and cut. No, it'll give me a cut. It'll tell me I can cut when I actually can. So there we go. So cut is this button here. Yeah, there we go. And so the position of these at the moment, very useful. We can just back this up and over to here and cut them straight into it. As we get further away, we're going to need to do more stuff. We're going to need to get more of them in. So push that there. Back it off. And let's do a stack of these here. Don't know how long the ones I'm putting in. Oh, wow. I need to change my cut lengths. Yeah, that's what I changed. So we want 5 meter cut lengths for these. And I'm just going to pile a whole load of wood up into this first one. And we'll see if we can fill it up fairly quickly with stuff that we have here. Now, this is the first tree I've come to that I don't think I can actually cut. It might be a bit big for this harvester. Let's see. Down and in. Yeah, this harvester won't fit around that tree trunk. So there are a few trees around here that we can't get at and can't take out. We will need to come back to those maybe with something a bit bigger later. But if we can get ourselves nicely set up and nicely going, then we'll be able to do things without too much hassle. I am at the moment very pleased with this. This is going pretty smoothly. We are going to have to go and cut or go and get some sort of stump grinder And I'm kind of looking at where we are and thinking that maybe something along the lines of a little skid steer or something would be useful. That would allow us to A, get a stump grinder to grind these, and B, load up everything onto the truck as well. So we'll have a look. Let's head into here then, and we'll load these up. We'll head into this, and yeah, that's just 7,000 liters of wood. I don't need 2 of these, I don't think. I think I've overspent and got 2. So, yeah, we're actually good just running 1. Let's activate this. Doing all of these and just producing stuff. This is a very basic start, but yeah, the one advantage will be that we can have 2 of these going at the same time and producing twice the products. So I'm not too concerned about the fact that we have overspent a little bit here, but I am quite happy that we'll be able to produce quite a bit without too much hassle to us, which is fantastic. So yeah, these new sawmills, absolute godsend. And that has fallen onto my harvester. Quite easy to line things up from in here. Even if this tree is a little bit wider than I would have liked. There we go. Cut that there. In towards me. Get it to full. It up. Right. And then we just want to reverse this back out. Get it round and into here. Oh, yeah, we are going to have to do something to deal with these stumps, because the more stumps we have around here, the harder it is to get this all back. And it looks like, oh, it looks like this tree is stuck as well. Yeah, this is the other thing. The other advantage, I think, to having a skid steer or something like that to help us out here is we won't get stuck in bits like this. We can just basically get the tree to cut the tree and pick it up with the skid steer and move it back. Although we don't even need to do that. We can pick it up with our Volvo here. Yeah, if this is getting harder and harder to do, the easiest thing is to start cutting chunks up over there and to start bringing them back rather than pulling them back with this pitter kit, because we would be much better off doing this, doing it that way. So as we get further away from here, I think that's going to be very much more important. But at the same time, I think a little skid steer with something that will get rid of these stumps on it would be useful as well. And also, we'll be able to do some rocks eventually too. So let's have a look. We've got 2 choices on the skid steers. We've got a New Holland, which does not have any tracks or anything. Or we've got a Kubota, which does, which might do us better in here. But the price difference is incredible. 35,000 for the New Holland. 77,000 for the Kubota. I think probably want to have this kicking around. Now, to have that with us, we need a stump grinder. That is a stump grinder that's on it. Oh, I'm kind of hoping for an attachment that might work a bit better. But unfortunately, it doesn't seem that we have anything here that would work. We're getting to the yeah, the stump grinder would work. So I might go in and try that in a bit. I want to really look to be loading stuff up, and I think to do that, I am very much looking at probably selling my tractor. As much as I love that old Volvo, at the moment, I really have nothing to attach to it. I don't think I have anything to attach to it. We'll go and have a look in a minute. But yeah, I don't think I've got anything to attach to it. And as a result, it's not the most useful bit of kit for us to have around here. We'll put this last small tree on this pile though, and then we'll go and get this in and done. Yeah, I think a lot of today is going to be filling up these as much as possible. We've got a bit of rain coming in, but that won't affect us too much. Yeah, we're only up to 15,000 litres of wood. We are never going to fill both of these. So what have we got up here? Oh, hang on. We do have something useful with... Oh, this would allow us to pull the trees out in one big lump. And I do have the lumberjack mod on, so we could get rid of the small stumps with that. But I prefer to actually... I could cut the trees, drop them, and drag them all the way across. But I actually think this probably isn't as useful as I'm expecting. So what we are going to do, we're going to take this down to the shop. The shop isn't very far, and I think we're going to sell off both these bits of kit. I like this tractor, but the only thing I have a use for at the moment with it is this blade at the back. And I think we can buy many more useful things with the money that this is worth than we currently will get out of this tractor. I honestly don't have a use for this tractor or this this bit of kit at the moment. It's not going to make much difference, to be honest. So bring this in, down and around here. Turn this off. Oh, the roller coaster. We ended the last series we did on here building that. And it was very, very cool. Oh, my Lord. Really? That is the value of our Volvo, is 1,557. I am not going to get a tractor for that kind of value. I mean, I know it's got a lot of hours on it, but we're never going to get another tractor for that. And I need to work out what is my power levels on this tractor. I've got a new idea, actually. I've got a new idea. Let's have a look. Volvo BM, 140 horsepower to play with on that. We're going to keep it. We are actually going to keep it. I'm going to use it as a... we'll get a trailer for this, I think. I think that will be a better choice, because that's got to be cheaper than the truck. So let's have a look at what trailers we got. So we got a farm tech trailer that would pull this. We got a half pipe. Wonder if the half pipe would be pulled by this tractor. You'd have thought it should be 140 horsepower. Should be enough to pull that trailer. The DDK 2400 as well. I mean, we can carry a lot of weight with this cramp half pipe. We have got a couple of others. We got this. Oh, this lizard actually might be a good one. I think, but it wouldn't be a flatbed, so it would only be for... Yeah, we'd have to have this to do the wood chips, and then we wouldn't be able to do anything else. Although, the Lizard Dragon trailer, how big does this go to? So the extension for this takes this up to 7,600 litres, and it goes to a flatbed as well, I think. Yeah. Bale trailer. I think this might be our best choice, to be honest. Can we match the Volvo's red? Well, we might be able to, actually. That's sort of a pinkish. I don't know what red the Volvo is, but yeah, we might just get it in a nice deep blue. Would be good. Actually, no. We'll go with working yellow, working sort of yellowy orange. That would work nice. There we are, and that would then look like that, and would work really well, I think. Trailer hitch, so we don't at the moment. We could add one to the back. So if we wanted to start doing a several of these in tandem, we could. But I think this is a great one to start with. So we'll go with this. We'll knock it down to a bale trailer, and we'll choose somebody for the license plate. And congratulations to Tin Man. You have been selected at random from the tractor driver and above level patrons and YouTube channel members, and your name is going on the rear number plate. There it is. And let's buy that. Yes, okay. And then we'll be able to just get that working. We've got the flatbed version of it at the moment, but I didn't realize this tractor was worth so little. That actually is quite cool. It really makes you go, right, okay, I'm not going to get anything for this kind of price again. Can I make this work? And yes, we can make this work. So I am going to park the blade over here, and over here. With those trailers at that price, I think we could quite possibly get 2 of them and have it be really useful that way. I think that would work brilliantly for us. So now I just need to cut a whole load more trees, and we'll get both of these sawmills up and running. But I'm surprised. I'm slightly surprised I still have the tractor on the farm, but at $1.5 grand for the tractor, it's not that surprising. Although, actually, we've got no license plates on this. Can I put a license plate on this Volvo? Because we should have a supporter on it. We can, and so I am going to select somebody to go on the license plate for the tractor as well. And congratulations to Zach B. You have been selected at random from the tractor driver and above level patrons and YouTube channel members, and your name is going on the number plate for the tractor. Yeah, there it is, hidden down the bottom there. So, yeah, congratulations to you, and thank you for your support. And customize, and all good. I think if I can get 25,000 liters into each of our sawmills today, that would be good. We'd be producing stuff on a regular basis. Oh wow, we've got our first products out as well. Are we actually going to be able to sell stuff from the sawmills today? That would be amazing. I'd be really pleased with that. It literally is. We're cutting stuff, we're dropping it off into the sawmill, and we're producing stuff, and we're there already with our first set. We are going to need something to load these up, which I wasn't expecting. I kind of thought I was going to end up having to sort of cover that next time, but no, we're good. We've got a decent amount already coming in. I think we'll go through and we'll cut down a lot of trees, and then we'll go from there with getting our Volvo forwarder coming a short distance and loading up. We at least don't have to travel so far. I kind of wonder if we can make the same amount of money as we made last time. That would be impressive. But at the moment, we are just working our way through this. We've got some rocks here as well that we can clear later. So I like this a lot. Right. So as we're not talking about a mulcher or a stump grinder at the moment, let's see if we can get rid of these stumps. Oh yeah. So we got the lumberjack mod on. That allows us to just sort of grind down these stumps with the chainsaw. Not massively realistic. I want to get a stump grinder fairly quickly on, and we'll look at doing that. I think smaller ones, it's not so bad, but yeah, the big ones, not the way you do this really. But looking good. I'm pleased. We're making good progress on here now. So far, we've got 13,000 liters in here. I don't know how much wood this will get through a day. 24,000 liters? Really? 12,000? No, 24,000 liters. 2,400 liters a day, maybe. I'm not sure. It's the maths I should be able to work out. We got some wood chips in. How many wood chips we got? We can take up to 50,000 liters of wood chips. So yeah, the numbers on this are quite good. I think we want to try and get some stuff into the other one, and we want to really try and fill these up as much as possible. Let's load that lot in. Actually, see how much goes in with that. That gives us a up to 16,000. So that was only sort of 3,000 liters of wood there. Yeah, we're going to struggle to keep one of these full, I think. Two of them is going to be even more of a stretch. But we'll just keep plugging away, keep cutting the wood, and we can go from there. Anyway I look at it, I think we're doing well at the moment. We are going to need to get a bigger sawmill at some point because there are going to be prefabs and things like that that we can't create at the moment. But once we're in that position, we'll be looking really good, I think. It might be quicker actually with these little trees, just to cut them and pick them up by hand. I don't think any of them are heavy enough to prevent me doing that. That up off the floor. Let's just see if we can. I think we can do a quick cut of these and get them out of the way. Cut that down there. I think I can pick this up. Yeah, we'll just do this with these because that way they're out of our way. Yes, we're not defoliating them, or I could defoliate them as well, but I don't think it makes much difference with these small ones. They're just sort of bits that are here to for us to deal with and get out of the way, and then we can very easily deal with the bigger trees after that. And we could even get rid of the this one I'm not so sure about. We could also get rid of the stumps while we're here as well, so just sort of turn that, get rid of the stump like that. And that clears things out pretty quickly. Now, can I pick this one up? No, this one I can't pick up. I'm going to have to cut it in two. Which is slightly annoying, but I picked that up. Or three even. Yeah. So I've got to be careful. Some of these trees definitely not small enough for me to pick up by hand. I've cut them into a couple of slices they are, but that makes them a little bit less effective in the sawmill. So got to watch out. I think that the rest of these we might need to come in and use the harvester on. One thing that will be good for us working down here, or that tree is too big, is that we'll be able to just load up the train with stuff. I think we could possibly get away with not having to go too far. If we got a telehandler here, that might actually allow me to stop the train here. Oh, this isn't going to work. And then just go and... how has this fallen? Yeah, that's stuck. To go and just use the train here, and I might be able to park it sort of on the tracks about here-ish, and then just load up with stuff and send it on its way and make money off it that way. That would mean actually we could just have our little tipper trailer. Oh, this is a mess here. And go and get that, just use that for the wood chips. Because we wouldn't be able to load those into the train, I don't think. Need to clear some space through here. Yeah, I'm leaning a little bit more towards something with an extending arm now, to be honest. If we could have something with an extending arm on here, that would solve quite a few problems with this. Is it turn around the way I wanted to? Is it maybe... No. Right, lift that up then. Get out. See if we can get it to just drop that in this area, and then I'm gonna get all this in because at the moment it's a little bit mad. Right, as long as that falls inside, let's get all of this into our second area like so, and then we want to get this started with everything as well. So let's activate, and activate. Yeah, we get a decent amount of wood chips out of all of this. How's this doing? We are coming up to our second long planks, our second wood beams, and our second standard planks, which is fantastic. How much wood have we got in here? We've got 9,000 liters of wood in that's being processed. So these are good. These are really good little little sawmills. Liking them a lot. What a fantastic mod. We're getting a little bit further away now, so I'm trying to line myself up, and what we're doing is then making piles. So lift that up and that way with it. Make a good pile here. That up. Yeah, this is a great piece of kit. This really is. And so we'll go around, we'll make a few piles of bits and pieces. We are going to need a rock breaker at some point. We've got a few rocks around here. Down and grab that. I need to work out which trees we want to plant on here as well. There's going to be a few that would be really useful to us. I'm going to try and get this not in a big pile of bushes. I need to be able to see these logs. Then we'll come in with our forwarder in a minute, collect all these up, and then we can just dump them all in at one go. And that is going to be, in the long run, especially the further we get from our sawmills, it's going to be very much more efficient to do it this way, which is of course how you do it in real life, really. Up and around. If we can just push this out of here, drive over that stump. Yeah. And then I think I might start collecting some of these up. Got a few, and this is when this becomes useful again, because last time it was really difficult to try and get this to come out and well, to drive the distances we were trying to make it drive. So now I want to really get it just do what we need it to. Bring that across, make sure we're fully open, take it down. Yeah, there is no way this is going to pick up all three of these. I didn't expect it to. Picked up one though, so that's a win. Yeah, this is not the biggest piece of kit, but it is a really useful piece of kit. Not sure if this is quicker or not. It is taking a little while to get everything picked up and transported, and I think doing it one pile at a time, unless the piles are really close to each other, is probably the way to go. Certainly, if you had two people on here doing this, you could have one just cutting everything and then leaving it in piles while the other just comes around behind and picks all this up. I'm not sure I'm being any quicker picking this pile up like this than if I'd just taken this tree over there. Although maneuvering the tree would have been a darn sight more difficult than just picking this pile up. Picking this pile up is not a difficult thing to do. And yeah, look at that. Just in there really nicely. And then drop this down. Down it goes. Open it up. And in. Perfect. Strap those down quickly. Then we'll just drive this over here. First one of these. Look at this. In fact, I'm going to drive over to the second. I'm going to drive this over to here. Then we can just drop these off in here. Like that. And then we're up to 12,721 litres in there. And how much? Already got our second lots of stuff in here. Well, 13,000 in here. So yeah, a little bit more over here. It's working. It's working quite nicely. I'm pleased with our operation here. We are moving forwards, which is the important thing. I really hoped that we would do that, and that we might. I was actually expecting to sort of get a sawmill today, maybe. The fact that we've got 2 sawmills that are great little open air ones, I'm very happy about. Much better than the base game little sawmill that you can get, which is twice as expensive. Right, down, grab. And we'll load these up, and hopefully we can get all of this loaded up before the end of the day. The light is fading now, and I've just got a couple more logs to get on here. It's not quite gone according to plan, this second to last one. It fell apart a little bit, but I should be able to correct this without too much hassle. Keep turning my the joysticks the wrong way, which is annoying me. Need to get my my muscle memory going right. Right, there we are. Get that onto there, and then down on this. Grab that. Yeah, the last one I think I'll be able to pick up by hand. I think, but as you can see, logs like to move and shift about a bit if you're not careful. We unlock. Stop them doing that. Hope they don't fly off. Come around here and try and, yeah, that one I can pick up and get on there. Right, and that will just be the last 2. And these will be okay. last one. Nearly managed to get the bigger one on. The smaller one we can just pick up and get on there. Kind of on there. Not on there great though. No, it's on there. Right, strap that down. And we'll go and drop all of these off at our sawmills here. Wow, look at that. That's a day's worth of production in that sawmill. Overnight, we'll end up with a lot more. I think this is going to be really, really good for us. All of that wood in there. 21,000 litres in there. So that is at least a day's worth of process. And how much have we got in here? 10,000 left in here. I think that's perfect. So yeah, we are looking good. Our sawmill setup is done. We have got a large amount of output from our sawmill. We are out of materials, so we're going to have to refill everything today. And so we'll cut some more trees. But first, we actually have a really good price on, I think it's the wood planks. Let's have a quick look in here. We've got, yeah, the planks long. We can make 42,000 off those and 63,795 off the wood beams. The roller coaster is just across the road, so we can sell the planks over there. The wood beams we're going to need the train for, though. So I think what we're going to do is a little bit of shifting around. We need to get a telehandler really today to take advantage of all this. We do not have the money, though. So let's leave the Lizard Dragon trailer here. And I think we can lease a set of, or a forklift attachment for this tractor. And then we'll be able to load things up. Oh, Lord, that was close. I had no idea the train was coming then, and we only just missed it by a hair's breadth. That is the one issue with where we're working at the moment. Nothing to repair. No, we're not looking to repair. We're looking to buy. And under the miscellaneous category, we've got this, the WIFO. This is a set of forks. We're going to lease these because we're only going to use these for the first job. So, yes. Okay. And then I should be able to hook those up to the back of this. Now, this will be absolutely useful for the first bit we're doing today. We'll be able to load the trailer up with these, but we can't load up the we can't load onto the train with these. We just don't have the height, I don't think. So let's head over here. We want planks long, which I think is these end ones, and in fact we got 2 full stacks here. Now, all of these should be able to go to the roller coaster, I'm hoping. The roller coaster might not have space for everything we're doing here, so we'll have to see how it goes. Speed up a little bit, lower this down, and yeah, this is quite a lot. Can I get both of these at once? I think this will tip my tractor backwards if I do this, but we'll give it a go. Will it lift? It's kind of working. I think very slowly moving will actually get us to be in the right place. It is lifting the front of the tractor up, and those are not on there overly securely. I think, again, a telehandler will give us a little bit more length on this and allow us to work a bit better. So that's down, or they decide that they're going to fly all over the place. Let that one up so that we can get those onto there. This is overloading this trailer a little bit. This little dragon trailer is not equipped for massive amounts of size, but we're good. We're done. Right, so we will fold this up, and one of the nice things about this is that it can be hooked up to a trailer with this on. You can actually hook it up to this. So we'll strap these down so they don't go anywhere, and we'll try and get this hooked up to a trailer, and hopefully this will work. What I can do is I can keep this around. I mean, having a set of forks like this is going to be a good thing. Whoa, that's connected to the wrong bit. That's the only thing you need to be careful with this. Make sure it doesn't try to connect to the tractor, but instead tries to connect to the set of forks instead. So back it up to the point where it says connect. Hopefully. Otherwise, I'm going to have to remove these off. There we go. No, it wants to connect to the tractor. Oh, right. So we'll drop these off next to the blade. And then I wonder, actually, if I select this, will it connect to that instead? Might have a problem here now because our trailer is on the side and might not want to connect easily. Let's see. Can we get this to connect now? Nope. That is definitely not connecting to these. That's unfortunate. Right, I'm going to drop it off, get it out of the way, and we can go from there. Yeah, it's selecting the tractor afterwards. Not a problem, though. We just drop those forks off the back, connect that up there, and yeah, we have a good amount, and away we go. Now, I had considered doing the roller coaster and building it, but we did do that last time we were on a series here. So I think this time I've not got a specific aim at that. I think I'd like to build ships. Oh, wow, this trailer does not like being loaded up this much. Let's get the let's get these planks off here. So how many planks is this after? This is not after that many. It has taken them all though, so that's good. Oh, it can take up to 12,000 liters, so that's good. And oh, how many did we drop off? We dropped off nearly 6,000, so that's good. We can get a second stack in here without too much hassle. We are up to 112,000, which is fantastic, and I think we are going to have to get a slightly more stable trailer than this in the long run. Let's get this second stack of these long planks on though, and then get our money up again. That will make us a really good amount, and then we should be able to have the pick of which one we want, which telehandler we want to pick up on here. I did consider a skid steer, but we just don't have the reach. And well, a skid steer would be good for getting rid of rocks. That's the only trouble. I don't know. If we're going to load up the train, we're going to need something that we can get round to load up the train with. Although, having said that, we could take it round to the other yard and load it up there, maybe. I don't know, actually, if I need a telehandler. I think we might be all right with where we are, and we can save the money and put that into our farm more. Let's see where we are. I think we might try and do a load up. Whoa, get those onto there. Those are not very stable at all. Yeah, we need something better than this. Both this trailer, I think, and this. So I'm going to look at a skid steer. I think we discussed a skid steer last time. I think a skid steer would be a very good purchase. And actually, we could have saved ourselves £500 and a lot of trouble if I hadn't hired this. But it worked, and we'll make a decent amount of cash today. So we'll hook this up and get this over to the roller coaster as well. Nice short distances we're traveling for this. Okay, there we go. Unhitch these. Get the money in for this. There we go. That is another 18,184. And then, yeah, let's head to the shop, and I think we'll see if we can get a more stable trailer and see if we can get ourselves a skid steer as well. So looking at the skid steers, for what we're after and for the money we've got, I think the Kubota will do better with the tracks. So we can then do rock destruction, and we can move around very easily. And we can actually also get a... a mulcher of some description. So we are going to buy the Kubota. That will work for us. With that, we're also going to need a set of forks, I think, a set of pallet forks. So we will buy that as well. And we will also... The rock crusher is £9 grand. We've got the Terra Clear as well. But I think we want a stump grinder. We can stump grind with our chainsaw at the moment, but I don't think that's overly realistic. So I'm going to grab a stump grinder as well. And also, if we're grabbing a stump grinder, we're going to want something to collect up the stones. And so a high dump bucket, absolutely perfect. So go back. We want to customize that. And we will buy one of those as well. So that's left us with 46,000. What have we got trailer-wise that is going to be a tad more stable and will work as a flatbed? That there is going to be a lot more stable as a trailer. It also has a much bigger capacity. But we also need a flatbed of some description, I think. So let's see what we've got there. In the flatbeds, we've only got these three. You know what? That's not bad. We could load everything onto that flatbed and deliver it wherever we need it. That would also allow us... This one here would allow us to lock things in a bit easier. Maybe, but I don't think we need that. I think we could get away with that. Alternatively, low loader wise, yeah, I don't think there's anything low loader wise. It's either that or we spend 30k on this. That is kind of a no-brainer. Nothing in there that's useful for us other than possibly the Fendt. So yeah, I'm just going to get a standard flatbed trailer here. We will put the BKT tires on it. We are not going to get any extensions, and we need someone for the number plate. And congratulations to AK in the Hay. You have been selected at random from the Tractor Driver and above level patrons and YouTube channel members. And I'm just going to drop the E from the, and so AK in the Hay fits in there. So okay to that. Check it's on the back, which it isn't. So okay, there we go. That is in place now. So thank you for your support. and we will buy that for 20,500. And then, as I said, for 16,500, we can pick up this as well. We'll get the extension on it. We will put the lizard tires on. I think we'll go without any fenders. We don't need the shovel on the front. Design colors good, rim colors fine. And for the number plate, congratulations to Nathaniel Sheldon. You have been selected at random from the Tractor Driver and above level patrons and YouTube channel members. And so your first name fits on this number plate really quite nicely. So I'm just going to put Nathaniel on this. Okay. And yeah, that is sitting at the back there. So we will buy that as well. Yes. Okay. Right, with that done, we've got a nice array of stuff here. We now need to come over this way, and I am going to sell the trailer for 5,000. The Dragon trailer was nice, but to be honest, we're much better off splitting our trailers a bit like this. And now we should be able to load up everything that we need to sell on the train onto the flatbed without any issue. And make a decent amount of money off that. Let's do that. And then our trailer will do great for not only making not only for selling our wood chips later in the year, but also for any stone destruction we do as well, which we have a few bits and pieces around the farm. And I need to get this on a flat surface, which that most definitely is not. Our little skid steer will be able to turn on an absolute dime. So we don't need to worry too much about how much space we have. We just need to make sure that wherever we park this, we park it flat. So that's good. Let's get rid of this now. We definitely don't need this anymore. I think it was a little bit of a waste of money actually to pick this up. Because we would have had enough money without actually spending anything today. Without actually doing this and having to sell off that first lot. I don't know, actually. We've only got 15,000 left, so we might have been able to get the first little bits. But anyway, I look at it, I think we're better off now than we were before. Let's return that then. Okay, and we can go and hook up to our trailer. I love this Volvo BM. It's fantastic. It's got 100 hours on it. We are using the real-time mod as far as equipment goes, so as we're running it 10 times, the work hours on this are multiplied by 10 times. So one day in game, if we were running the tractor for the whole day, would be 24 hours onto the vehicle. So I must turn my equipment off, because if I leave it running, the work hours are going to mount up very, very fast. And it kind of makes sense. If I'm, if I was playing at 1 times and I did 5 hours work, I put 5 hours on the tractor. If I was playing at 5 times and did 5 hours work, that's several days. It doesn't make any sense to leave it as it is. So I like that. It's a mod that I think is going to be very good and very useful, especially the way I play, and especially for some added realism into the game. I have a feeling that last time we were on here, we had one of these Kubotas. Now, is it the beams I need to sell? Yes, wooden beams. Currently above best price, heading to Riverbend Springs. So, Riverbend Springs, I'm pretty sure, is my is where the train goes. I can set 2 of these on it. Good. Go. Must remember, I'm on tracks, so if I want to steer this thing, I need to be moving in order to get the steering working. There is no little movements, no little adjustments you can make with the steering with this. You need to go and be moving at all times. Otherwise, it makes jagged very difficult to predict moves, and as a result, stuff that you're loading on like this just flies all over the place. As you can see, it's sort of twisted a bit. There we go. Just checking Riverbend Springs. If I click over here, yeah, Riverbend Springs. That's exactly what we want. Right, so can I get 3 lots on here that we can then easily use the forklift for to unload or load onto the train at the main train station? Pull the train, load them up, sell them, make a ton of money, because we have quite a lot of these here. Look at that, twisting already. That is so annoying. It's because I'm picking 2 of them up at once. The top ones are in no way either strapped down or easily set up. So you have to be very careful when maneuvering stuff like this around. It likes to move way too easily. As I said, start moving while your wheel is straight, and then adjust while you're still moving. Otherwise, it will do funny things. Right, there we go. That is off on the back ones. Off on the front ones. Move those forward a little bit. And I'm hoping that that worked fine. Get that strapped down as well. 1 more lot. You can already see the effect that the in-game hours are having on this. We are, we are 0.6 of an hour. You know what is going to be amazing? Is leasing stuff. This changes how I lease stuff completely. I really can't lease stuff that I'm going to use for hours and hours and hours on end, because it's going to cost me a fortune. I've got to be very careful on the leasing side of things. If I'm looking to lease something, I've got to take that into account for how much I'm going to be using it. We'll bring this over here into the loading area. We've got a forklift we can use sitting in the shed there. I think this is just a wood sell point. Yeah, that's just a wood sell point. What I want is over here. I want to cool the train in and lease this for a little while. Train should come into the station. While we wait for its arrival, let's go get our forklift and see if we can start getting these off of here. Now, this is one of 3 machines on here that aren't owned by the farm, but we do have use of and should be able to load stuff up fairly easily with. Fairly long set of forks, but I don't know if we go all the way in both of these. Let's lock everything. Nope. Unlock everything. There we are. Hopefully things aren't going to move around too much. No, we might be able to get both of those. I got an idea. Let's push that across. Then the other side, I should be able to get both sets. That train is taking a while to arrive. While I'm waiting for the train to arrive, how are we for wood chips in here? We have 1,622 litres of wood chips there. And 3,073 there. I think I might go cut some trees down, and we'll keep an eye out for the train's arrival. We want to get on. We want to keep things going, and cutting a few trees down. We've got a few rocks here that we'll need removing at some point. Of course, the other thing we're going to need to do at some point as well is replant stuff. I'm going to need new trees planted, and we need to get that done without too much hassle, because otherwise we're going to end up with nothing to cut. We need to sort of deforest an area and then replant it. Somebody told me I was wasn't cutting low enough last time, so tried to cut this tree a bit lower. Oh, it's swung right round though, right into the path of where I wanted it, where I wanted to move next. So let's take this out to this clearing. We can cut the length here. That out. What length have we got at the moment? 5 meters. That's good. So yeah, let's create a stack here. It'll be easy for our forwarder to pick up, and we can go from that. I see the train coming in. It's gone backwards though. Gone backwards a very long way. It's weird. The train has disappeared off again. It went through backwards. I've rented it. It's costing me money to rent it. And it still hasn't arrived. Definitely saw it go past. It went all the way up that end. And didn't stop. That is very weird. I think I'm going to return the rented train. It's cost me £220. And then we'll rent the train again. I'm hoping it's going to turn up, because where it is, I don't know. It's not up here at the top. No, there's just no sign of it. There's the train. It's backing up. Can I jump into it before it disappears? That's a little bit annoying. So it's saying return rented train. I'm up at the top because obviously I've missed it at the other one. But I don't know if it's still heading up this way. Yeah, it is. It's still heading up this way, going backwards. I can't jump into it directly. It won't let me tab into it. This is mad. I'm going to try and catch the train as it's going past and basically stop it, because it's not stopping at the other end. There we go. Right. That was crazy. To have to jump on it as it's moving was just nuts. But I've got it. I've managed to grab the train. So let's get this down to the other loading point. And then we can load it up with our blocks. But yeah, what the hell was going on there? So we'll slow this down here, bring it up alongside. I really want to get the platform in position to load. I think that's got it. I think that has it. Let's see. Can I get up here? Yeah. Yeah, pretty much spot on. So let's load these up, and then we can go and drive off and get this all delivered. Gonna have to put this right up to the edge. Oh wow. There we are. And back off. First two. Should be pretty easy now. And back. This Manitou actually is a really good forklift. I like this. We've got this at the shop on Peligny, and if you're doing a lot of production stuff, it can be quite useful. The fact that we just lost one of our sets because I was going a little bit fast, and it was a little bit unbalanced anyway, is annoying, but not wholly unexpected. Just push that on carefully. Doesn't matter how we get them on here, as long as they're all stacked on here, that'll be fine. So I'm just going to get this one collected up, hopefully back on top. And do train. Can I get you? Can I get you onto the train? Okay, we're just gonna... Oh no, we've slid it in such a way we might actually get our forks under it. And yep, there we are. Stick that on the train as well. It's all a little bit messy, but it always is with Farm Sim a little bit when dealing with pallets. So lock that on, lock that on, lock that on. Right, and we are going to very slowly now head to the edge of the map. Otherwise, we tend to end up with stuff flying off. So away we go. And let's see how much this sells for. So we're coming up to the cafe. We're coming up to the edge of the map. So I want to be very careful here. We don't want to take this at full days. Good. And that all sold. Perfect. 74,494. Wow, that paid amazingly well. And we're going to put that back in the shed here. I think we park at the end here. That might do better, so long as it'll actually fit there. But yeah, that's brilliant. I am incredibly pleased with that. Will that fit in that doorway? No, it won't. Okay, we've got to go around the side then. All that's left today then is to collect up and get the wood into our sawmills, and then we can get rid of the stumps with our new stump grinder. So turn that off. We want to grab this. Let's go load this up and make ourselves some more stuff to make money. Already we have more beams and more planks. That's fantastic. So I think we want to put stuff into the further one first. And yeah, there's a whole load of stumps hanging around here that we need to clear up. So plenty to clear up, plenty to load up. I think this is going to work out fairly well for us for the rest of today. I am actually quite surprised by how much of this pile this has been able to take. I don't think I'm going to be able to pick up 3. No, 2 though. Oh, it nearly picked up 2. Not the greatest log grab on this, but this does actually hold a considerable amount of wood, this border. So kudos to it for that. It does take quite a while to load up though, because yeah, it's not got the strongest of grapple arms on it. But this is a pile of 3 to 4 trees, I think, and we're going to be able to process most of them, I think, in a single place as a result. And that means next time we'll want to fill up the other sawmill. I'm actually quite pleased with the way the sawmills are working. I'm quite pleased with how much money we've made today. That has been an absolute godsend. And yeah, we are well on our way to building up an empire here. We want to really get it so that we're producing as many different wood products here as possible. We want to get ourselves in a position where we can supply anything that the roller coaster needs, that the ship needs, and basically just keep making money anywhere we can. Because while the train is a good source of income, it won't always be the best source of income. And yeah, the weather or the light is now fading. I think we're going to have to pick up some of this, or some of the rest of this next time. I am just very, very pleased with how much money we've made today. That bodes very well going forwards. I'm going to pick up the rest of this. We will get it into the sawmill, and hopefully overnight it will produce some more planks and beams and everything for us, and we can continue to expand on here. And we're expanding pretty quickly, I think. I'm pleased. It's working well. think we've got a lot of wood to collect up. And I know there are patches of it in here somewhere. Once we collected all that up, we can get that into the sawmill. We also have a lot of stuff in the sawmill to load up and get sold. Oh, these bushes really hide everything so well. And I see the wood from up here. Where is it? This is the thing. I tried to cut it in areas that would be easy to see and nice and open. In fact, there it is. It's not as deep as I thought it was. And yeah, we've got these bits of wood to load up today and get into our sawmill and get that done. I'm considering replacing this. I think this might be a well, it's quite an old bit of kit at this point, and we could do with possibly something to pick up this stuff a little bit easier. I'm still thinking actually it might be worth keeping this just to load stuff into, but we could get a wheel loader, and there's a couple of wheel loader options that aren't too expensive that we could really afford right now. And also we'd be able to load up more of these pieces of wood at once as a result. Let's bring this in. We could even actually sell this and get a forwarding trailer, although the price of this bit of kit is so little at the moment that it just wouldn't really make any difference. Let's have a look at the value of our Volvo here. Yeah, here we are. 103 hours on it is worth nothing. I mean, this literally is worth nothing, this bit of kit. So, yeah, I think rather than take a lot of time to do this, I'm going to fold that up there, put it off to the side, and we'll go and see if we can get a bit of kit to load this up a bit quicker. And to do that, I think we could do with a wheel loader. Let's see what we've got up here. There we are. Now, all of these ones obviously are out of our price range. That I think is a little bit too simplistic, and there is one of those actually up with the metal factory, or the up at the mine. But this Volvo here, this LM845 from the Volvo pack, is only 45,000. It's got 112 horsepower versus 98, and I think would just be a really good addition to our setup here. I'm kind of tempted to go with the black front load a bit here. I quite like that, the front arm. We've got some medium Michelin tires would be quite nice, although the wide tires might give us a little bit more stability. We want the beacon light. Yeah, I think this would be a good addition to our forestry setup. And selecting someone at random from the tractor driver and above level patrons and YouTube channel members, we have Wolfer in here. So congratulations to you, and thank you for your support. We will put that on. In fact, we need to just switch that to front and back. So there it is on the back, and there we are on the front. So yeah, thank you very much, and we are going to buy that. That is going to cost us 47,750, which I think is a good purchase. And to go with that, we've got quite a few combinations that are quite useful. Considering we've just bought the kids' skid steer, I'm not going to get the pallet forks or anything like that. What I do want is a log fork. In fact, do we want the Magicide there, or this is, I think this would be better, this Albert. So we're going to grab that. Let's get details on that. We can't set any colors or thing. I think that will just be a good fit. So we will buy that as well for 6,500. And I think we could probably just get away with moving stuff about with this straight into our sawmills. I think as we get further away, having this load stuff up and then transporting stuff back with our forwarder will work better. But yeah, this should be a really cracking setup for us to get all this done. We still need the skid steer. The skid steer is great for us loading stuff up from our wood piles there. It's also great for us to get rid of stones and things like that. So that will be good for that. Let's move this forwarder out of the way. As great as the arm is on this, it does have a small issue with the fact that it only takes one log at a time. I think we can speed things up and get entire piles of wood loaded up very quickly with this wheel loader. So let's bring this in here, open this up, and yeah, this should work very, very well. Yeah, look at that. We can get that over, clamp down. We have to clamp down, yeah. Bring it up, and oh, I've only got one, but I think next we can probably do it with that small one and that one. But this is going to be a much, much quicker way of loading all the logs up on here, and a much neater and tidier way as well. I think just should work so much better to speed things up. So down and clamp around it, lift it up. Yeah, there we go. 2 logs very easily on there. We definitely wouldn't have been able to do that with the other one. And in it goes. Even at this distance, I think this is still going to be quicker to load it onto our forwarder here. What this will do, though, is this gives us the ability to expand later and very easily update our piece of kit here to be able to get larger, longer logs. This will be a good stepping stone on our way to increasing our productivity around here and making things just run that little bit smoother. Then we've got this pile over here, so we should be able to just open that right up, drive into the pile, clamp down, lift up, and see how much we get out of it. It is only 2, and they are very different positions. Might have to do some repositioning here, but then that's what we can use the crane for on the forwarder, to reposition logs if we want. Bring that in then. Right, and I'm just going to get the rest of these loaded up, and then we can get it back to the sawmills, get them started again because they are empty, and then we'll be able to go and make some more money because we have a lot of products to sell today. One of the other reasons for getting this bit of kit with this on the back here is I can open it, or this on the front, is I can open it right up. It's got a nice straight edge, and we can just drive onto the back here, level it up, and just push these all on so they're nice and flush up against that front plate. Makes things really, really easy. This is actually a really good spend of our money. This makes a lot of sense adding this wheel loader in, and I'm very, very pleased that I was just sort of looking through what was available, and I went, oh, that will work so well for us. This is one of the nicest log grabs I've used in Farm Sim so far. It does work really well. Really, really well. Now, one thing I think we need to start looking at is maybe a cement factory or something like that. We've got a lot of rocks on our land, and therefore we've got a lot of stone we'll be able to create. We've got everything that we can to put into that, and be able to go and get those done. They're in our way at the moment as well, so that is another reason why I kind of want to get rid of them. Can we fit any more? I don't think we can fit any more wood on the top of this, so we'll lock this down. Why can't I lock this down? There we go. That's got it. So lock this down. I'm not going to worry about putting the arm away so much. It's a little bit of it's a little bit in the way, and I think ultimately that might be why we get rid of this bit of kit. Which of these has produced less? This one has, so we'll just do this like so. Yeah, I think we can create big piles of wood, load them up very quickly now. Unlock that. And put this into our mill. There we go. So how much wood have we got in here? 10,000 of 250, and it's processing it. These sawmills are absolutely fantastic. Right, with that lot collected up, I think we might only have a couple of bits left over here. So yeah, we'll just grab those with this, get them over there, and then we'll go and cut some more trees in a minute. Oh, I also need to get rid of these stumps today. We have quite a few stumps that are kicking around. But yeah, this is the other way we can use this. It's just open that up. Grab as many of these logs as possible. Hoping to get under a little bit. See if we can catch them all. They're turning round to the left. I think they're going round. Yeah, we've got one bit going round a stump there, which is making things that much harder for us. I've got a couple. That's not the greatest grab I've ever done. But we can take these. We'll just drive over here, dump all these in here. I need to get rid of stumps today because we have a lot of stumps in the way, and I need to get rid of any remaining logs about. It is really good for loading up and getting stuff back here quickly. Otherwise, I'm doing a lot of back and forth like this. And while this lot are not too far away from the rest of my stuff, when we start getting further along, it is going to start being a need to load it up and bring it back. So I'm glad I haven't got rid of my forwarder, but at the same time, I am very pleased to have grabbed this wheel loader. This actually works quite nicely as a blade, this grab as well. I'm quite pleased with that. Yeah, it works really well as a forestry blade, just to sort of push trees about and get things stacked up. That is impressive. We've got one more bit of wood over here, I think, hiding in these bushes. Could really do with a forestry mulcher, something just to take the bushes and everything out here and just sort of clear things where we've got a lot of stuff in the way that I think is just not going to be massively useful. Right, that should be everything cleared out though, so we'll back this up and turn that off. Right, and so we've got no wood in here at the moment, and now we've got 2,800 liters. Fantastic. Right, let's load up some kit and get it done. I think we're eventually, at the moment we've just got this flatbed, I think eventually we're going to want to get something a little bit bigger. You know what? We have our uses for this little Kubota. I'm not sure loading this stuff up is actually it, though. It works, but it is... yeah, it's a little bit unstable, and trying to maneuver it can be fun. So we'll see. We'll see how we go. We're going to do blocks first, or we're going to do these first. So let's get that done. I'm wondering if we should do sheep or something like that in here. Should we try and build ships, or what do you think we should try and do on this map? I'm intrigued. Oh, no, those were planks before. I've now got blocks. Or I've now got wooden beams, that's what they are. Yeah, it doesn't always go massively straight onto here. Yeah, where should we? What should we do? What should be the next thing we aim to build on here? Should we go with a cement factory and try and build cement blocks and things? Maneuvering this is not fun, actually. As with all tracked and small steer things in Farm Sim, don't turn the wheel before you're moving. You do that, it ends up being really unpredictable. I have got the height set up on here, and I need to sort of work this out. Wow, we're pumping stuff out of here really fast. There we go. So much production from these two. I think the advantage of having two of these is that we are producing stuff quicker. We would have a lot of wood in there and we'd be producing stuff at half the rate. So while we're not in danger of filling these two, we are producing stuff twice as quickly because we have two of them running, which is fantastic. We should make a lot of money off these very quickly. I'm just looking at the price for these, and planks long and wood beams are doing really well at art accessories with planks long and wood beams at the boatyard. Let's see if so. Planks long, boatyard and art accessories, and wood beams. Where do those go? Wood beams don't go to the art accessories. So what do, but they do go to the boatyard. So we want to go and drop this at the art accessories first, because I know one of these sells at the art accessories and the other doesn't. So that makes sense. And we know that both of them are sitting at best price in both places. So we'll go and do that first. So art accessories and then to the boatyard. The boatyard will start to produce a boat, hopefully. And I'm very tempted. What do you guys think? I've had a few people ask me, am I going to do the roller coaster on here? I'm very tempted. We could start buying up the productions in town and start delivering stuff to there for the roller coaster. So yeah, let me know in the comments. Do you think we should have a go at the roller coaster again? Start getting stuff delivered there for that, and buying up the productions in town to do that. It took us a lot last time to get it done, and I'm very intrigued to see if we could do it faster, knowing we have a stupid amount of stuff to do. Right, let's go deliver all of these. I think this will do fine. We're going to do art accessories first. Just double check that. Yeah, planks long, art accessories. So tag that. And then we're going to do the boatyard after that. And I know where the boatyard is, so that's all good. Oh, thankfully, this tractor can handle this absolutely fine. Art accessories are down the side here. Oh, sorry, madam. And we can just bring this in. We'll have to back the trailer out, which is going to be fun. Right, planks long. So those off. And strap those back down. And then we got this big section in the middle here. 17,000 for that. And actually need to strap that back down. Right, and then the rest needs to go to the boatyard. Already, we're getting very close to paying off that new wheel loader. I'm really quite happy. This is going very well today. Things are moving in the right direction. Boatyard is up here on the left. Looks like this is something I can buy, actually. And we'd launch ships and we'd make money from launching ships here. Don't think it starts building them if I just deliver stuff to it. Yeah, it doesn't. Nope. Yeah, I can buy it. 125,000. Wow. Requires, yeah, metal and floor tiles are something that it requires. So ideally we want to get the floor tile factory if we want to start doing boats, and we need to build a metal factory. We could do that in this area here. We could start making basically an industrial area right where we are on the edge of town. Build ourselves a metal factory here. What is needed for the roller coaster then? Let's bring this into here. There's so many stages to this roller coaster, it's ridiculous. And I know we're going to have to get sheep, or we're going to at least have to get cotton. Planks long, we need wood beams, planks long, metal, floor tiles, and staircase railings. So floor tiles and staircase railings, we need to see where those are, and maybe look at purchasing that stuff. And metal definitely seems to be something that we're going to need to get hold of. And speaking of which, the flooring factory is the best place to sell planks, but that is gonna take a while. So yeah, we don't need to do that. Wood chips hit best price in January. We're gonna sell as much wood chips as we can in January, but we've not got many of those at the moment. So yeah, I could go and sell a load of planks to the flooring factory, but I think we'll hold off for now. We might end up buying that anyway. In fact, this is the flooring factory here. How much money do we need to buy this? Okay, 110,000. Considering that is kind of what's needed at the moment to get both the ship and the roller coaster going, that might be a good purchase once we hit that amount of money. In the meantime, we have a few stumps to get rid of, so we'll grab the stump grinder and we'll head back. And we'll clear those out of the way, because otherwise we're just going to keep hitting them. So I'm expecting this to make fairly short work of these. Even the fairly long ones, there's a couple here that I've done that are just, yeah, very long and very tall. I know a couple of people who said to me last time, oh, you know, just cut them lower. And I do try and do that. I like to cut as low to the ground as I can, but with all these bushes here, that's not always possible. Sometimes you're just left with ending up getting it cut much higher than you expected. From in cab, this I think is the best angle for me to be able to see. There we go. Kind of wish when I turned the wheel, it meant that the actual vehicle turned rather than me needing to press forwards or backwards, because it gets it very confused otherwise. Or even have some joystick control. I'd love to be able to control this bit of kit on joystick. Then just go left, right, forwards, back. But that controls all of this. Another one over this way. Like that. Like so. Yeah. Oh, lots and lots and lots. We did a lot of tree cutting without any clear up. You saw yesterday's video on Paligny. You might have seen that I was complaining about the realistic weather mod on there. We still have it on here, but we've got the older version without all the irrigation and moisture changes to the moisture with the irrigation and everything. I think I might try and see if that version works better. I think the version that is currently available is broken, so I'm kind of testing the other version on here and just see if it works a bit better. It might do, and if it does, I might look at this version and see if there's some tinkering I can do with it to make it work a little bit better than than the update has been. Searching for all of these stumps in amongst these bushes is a little bit annoying, but they are here, and we've gotten rid of about a dozen stumps at this point, which is really good. I'm hoping we're going to get some more planks and beams generated today, and we already had another pallet of planks and beams generated before we left. That's got it. So I'm hoping that just going around doing this, we might get some more. And then next time in December, what we can do is concentrate on getting some more trees cut, refilling our sawmills, and going from there. In fact, I might cut a whole load at once and then come back and reload them. Maybe turn the sawmills off for a month or so and see where we go. I think I've got everything. Let's turn off the stump grinder. Yeah, if we come across one, we can go and get rid of it, but for now I think I found everything. So I can park this over here. We could do with a shed or something over this way, just to store our equipment in, especially as with what we're running on here, our equipment will get damaged if it gets out into extreme weather. Right, let's see what we got. We've only got, by the looks of it, one more set of beams and one more set of planks. Okay. I was hoping we might get a little bit more, but looks like that's not to be. Bring this into here, under there. I think we probably pick up the planks at the same time. I am happy to store the short planks for as long as we need to. Either until we can afford to start creating floor panels, or we can start doing, or we can hit best price for them. Either works for me. Otherwise, we can just start getting stuff transported where we want. Right, so let's lock these down, and we're gonna go around one more time, get these sold off, because I don't think we're gonna have any more out today. So bring this into here again and just unlock them there and there. That's the long planks done. 3,500. That is a really good price for, yeah, well, it's 1,000 meters, but yeah, that many planks. That is fantastic. And we'll go and do the same with the wood beams down at the ship and get that done there as well. And yeah, I think floor beams or floor panels definitely going to be a good way to go. The other thing would be, and something that generates a ton of money, would be to do some stuff with a metal factory. Maybe we'll have a look at that, see how much that costs. But I think a trip up there, load that up, and bring some ore down with this tractor would work out really, really well for us. Okay, let's drop this off here. There and there. Another 5,502. Wow, that is 100,000. What does that give us in? Yeah, how much is the metal factory? What is that? That's the rope maker. We want a metal factory. That iron furnace, 180,000 to do that. Takes in the ore and churns it out. Would fit, I think, very nicely in this area. Yeah, we could put that in and get a really good output. I think around here is going to be is absolutely going to be an area we start building some stuff in for us to make money off. It seems to be a good area for that. Yeah, I'm liking that. So we might save up for that. We might get the floor. We might get the flooring factory. That is 10,000 for that. Another 10,000 for that. We might also start an iron furnace and start processing some iron ore as well. We just need to get trailers of that down, and this is not the slowest tractor, so that would work. But we'll see. There may be ways that we can make a decent amount of money off that too. The only thing that really seems left for us to do today is to go and get ourselves some more wood. Have I run into a stump immediately outside of the area? That is hilarious. Right, let's unfold this. Turn it on. This tree, I think, is too big. Yeah, this tree is too big. That is why it's still there. We do want to get that done, though. So we might have to go and cut that manually. Yeah, I think we've got a few little stumps, actually, just kicking around here. I'm guessing this is a similarly too big tree. Yeah, so we're going to go deeper into the area. We're going to cut some more trees and see if we can get anywhere. Wow, what is that? That is just an offcut that needs cutting up into very small pieces and needs to be made to disappear. But apparently I can't cut it into small enough pieces. There we go, that's gone. But I saw a stump there for a minute. Yeah, it's getting dark. It's already 4:50 in the afternoon. It's quite an overcast day here, but I think we can cut some trees out. Get myself lined up. Onto it we go and cut. Take it to the side there. And the nice thing is, if we now do just piles of wood, we can just come and pick them up with our wheel loader really easily and get them back with the forwarder. It just makes things so much simpler. Another one cut, side, lift up, and make a nice little pile off. I think we're going to have a nice little bit of wood to deal with next time, and like this time, we'll be able to turn around and make some cash. Let me know in the comments below, though, what you think we should do. Whether you think we should hold out, earn some extra money, and start doing some metal production on here, or whether you think we should buy the flooring factory and start making some floorboards that we know that a couple of places are going to need, and that we'll be able to make some money off with those as well. For now, I'm just going to cut a couple more trees and then I'll be finished on our logging operation for today. We're continuing our work today, getting all of the as much wood and trees, as many trees cut and as much wood processed as we can from our initial area here. I've got a really good area that we've been working in. I've got a load of stumps that need getting rid of here as well. And let's just see, what have we got to the side there? We should be all right. And we should be able to pick things up pretty quickly today, I think. That feels very long. What are we currently cutting to? 6 meters. Okay, that should be all right. It's a little bit long. What I really want to change is our cut length back to 5 meters, because that's what we've been doing. And we'll send that through. But yeah, so we're currently just sort of working our way through this area. We've created a few wood piles at the end of our last session on here. And so I need to come and pick those up. We do have a lot of stumps now that are beginning to get into my way, so I want to be careful of those. Let's bring this round and in. find it much easier with this bit of kit to actually do this with this here. Ooh, okay. Do this from in-cab. In-cab with this seems to be a much easier way to do it. And I'm loving this little harvester. It's doesn't work on all trees, but what we can do is the bigger ones we can take down with just a chainsaw. That's got that. Right, let's head around here and get this tree as well. Yeah, I can much more easily target things with this in-cab like this. We want to cut it as low as we can. There we go. Cut it there. Bring it up. Push it out. There we are. Some of these aren't that big though. Still, I'm trying to get the bigger trees out first, and then we'll be sorted with that. But that is that's working pretty well. We've got our wheel loader, of course. That did us very well last time. Bring this around. What else do we have around here? Let's see. Oh, we've got two big trees here. I don't know if either of these are cuttable. Yeah, they are. So we can take these down with this as well. See, that's the difference between doing this in cab and doing this from a third-person view, is that you can absolutely line things up really, really well in cab, to the point where you get that there, you bring your pile down, or you bring your trunk down, and then you can create a nice pile. Lift that up, and these piles should be fairly easy to pick up with our wheel loader. Yep, that works very, very well. Got another one, I think, just here. Yep, and we got a nice green band on it. So when you get a green band on a tree like this, that means it's cuttable, which works great for us. Move forward a little bit and up. Yeah, piles and piles of wood. We really, really want to get as much here as we can and load up as much as we can. There is a new piece of kit in the shop. Oh, that's gonna land right on top of me. And that is, let's lift this up. Can't lift that any higher. And that is a wood trailer that probably, I think, would be very useful for us. Now look at that, cleared out that space really, really quickly, and we've got lots of piles of wood. So time to try and do something about that, I think. So I could load this up, but we found that previously we've had a little bit of trouble with this. So I'm going to go and move this out the way. I think we need something a little bit more heavy duty, maybe, around here. So yeah, let's go put this back up at the our main house. It's not really worth any money, so it's not worth selling at the moment. And what we'll do is instead we're going to try and get ourselves a new trailer. You can see why I want to replace this with something else. This is struggling up this hill like like this. It's a little bit mad that it just, even unloaded, even with nothing in the back of this at all, this can't get up this hill, which is not great for us. So we will just park this up here by our house. I don't think we've spent much time up here at all since we started this series. We sort of got all of our equipment up here to begin with, and then we've never really ventured back up here. This will be useful if we want to move small bits later, but at the moment it literally is worth nothing, this piece of kit. 104 hours on it. If we have a look in our finances, one of the nice things about our starting equipment on here has been the fact that it does have so many hours on it, and it literally is worth nothing. Our no Those are our other bits. I'm just looking at how much things like our Komatsu is only worth what. I mean, this has got 158 hours on it. It's worth 1,164. We've got anything else with a lot of hours on? Yeah, the Tajifun is worth 595. The Volvo that we started with is worth only 1,367. So our equipment is not worth that much money. But this is more useful to us, this tractor. So I'm going to drop this trailer off. We do have a few pallets and things here. Let's get this moving. I'm hoping that our Volvo here is going to have enough power, though, to be able to pull the next bit of kit I want to buy. And that is, if we head over here in the shop, there's something on offer that I think is going to help us a lot. And that is this. There is, and the colors, I saw this when I came in and the new day started. I saw this with these colors and I went, this has to be added to my farm. It is the full extension, so we get nice long setup on it. It is going all the way up to 5 meters, which is I think it's 5 meters between these sections. I think our wheel loader should be able to get between these as well, which is great. And then, yeah, its color is yellow and green. The rim color is chrome. It just looks fantastic. So let's pick somebody at random for the number plate. And congratulations to Andrew Bailey. You have been selected at random from the tractor driver and above level patrons and YouTube channel members. So we want to make sure we have a number plate on here, and we will okay that. Just check that it's on the back there. Thank you very much for your support. And we will buy this trailer for 41,690. Oh, actually, we don't need the mud flaps. So let's get this a little bit cheaper and get it for 40,690. Yes. Okay. There is this trailer as well here, this Thunder Creek, that might be quite useful to us. Although we're working very closely to the fuel center, so I'm not too worried about that, actually. At some point, we're going to want a truck on here. I want to get a nice big Super Duty truck. I have an idea, actually, how that might kill two birds with one stone. And we do have something in here, yeah, the Super Duty. So this is Roughneck Modding's Super Duty. This is 42,000 just for the main truck. If we want to add the bed onto it as well, and I know a few people have not been able to find the bed for this. I've seen it on their Facebook page. If you want the bed for this Super Duty truck, you can find it under miscellaneous here. And there it is. Super Duty truck bed there. So yeah, you can get that, and I think you can get this with a gooseneck and a fifth wheel, which is fantastic if you want it with that. Eventually, I plan to get that on here. I think that will be useful to us. For now, though, this tractor, this Volvo, which has a ridiculous number of hours on it and is really old, seems to be pulling everything for us without too much trouble. So my idea with this trailer is we're going to try and evenly load it up, and then the front section will go into one of our sawmills, and the rear section will go into the other, and that should give us a nice even split between the two. So now to see if this will actually work. I'm intrigued. Let's bring this round here. I think what we want, I think I'm going to make some of this into grazing land. I think we need sheep on here to move forward if we're going to be doing any of the other, any of the big projects on here. Open that up. Get 3 of these. Can I get 3 of these in here? Nope, it's only picking up 1 at the moment. So we'll get 2 at the very least. Yeah, pushed against this tree. Trying not to lift the front wheels of this off the ground. I don't find that overly realistic. Right. Close that up. Bring that up. And I picked up nothing. Wow. This does work as a fantastic blade to push stuff together. And I'm hoping... Yeah, there we go. We got some rocks here, actually, in this area that probably need clearing out as well. So we can do some rock clearance soon, too. We do have the reach to get over these. And look at that. That is very nice. I think it will fit if I'm careful. Well, it might not. It might not. I think that, yeah, we need to do that and then lift it out because, yeah, it is catching those. But that does work pretty well otherwise. We should be able, with 5-meter logs here, put a whole load in the front and a whole load in the back. I really do like this wheel loader. It has made things very, very simple on here. It's a much easier way of loading everything up, and I'm very, very happy with it. That might not be where I want it. Yeah, about there should do the trick. Making sure I pick the log up in the right place is very important, because if I don't, then I end up with a situation where I get some overlap between the front and the back, and we're trying to avoid doing that if we can. I bring this round. This is a very good sort of forestry blade pick up on it. It works great for picking up individual logs. It also works great for pushing them together and getting them in the right position. It's a very good multi-tool. We want to get as even a loading on here as possible. So if I can do a tree on each side, load it up, and we might strap it down and see how that does. But it needs to be fairly even in order to try and maintain the ability to get both of our sawmills loaded up fairly evenly. So yeah, we're just gonna try and load roughly the same on each end. This is a pretty big trailer as well. I'm quite pleased to get something this sort of size this early on for our for everything on here. That needs to be over there a little bit more. See, that's the thing that worries me slightly. You can see here we're a little bit up on one end, but that should be all right. I'm not too worried about that. Look at all this wood. We cut a lot of this at the end of the last day, and so now we get to pick it all up, load it all up, and hopefully make a decent amount of cash from it. Get that in there. Can I get that front one as well? No, this log here is just too big to get anything else loaded up with it, which is all right, because that means there's a fair amount of wood in it. Trying to get this to make a nice little pile here so that I can get in there and just pick it up. It's not wholly playing ball. Okay, that should get around there. Yeah. Oh, that's annoying. Sometimes it just doesn't want to grab, and you got to go in there and you got to try and get it to grab properly, because if we can't grab this here, it's going to mess up this entire pile. Let's try this again then. Open in, and yeah, I can't get under the bit I need to get under. So we'll try using it as a grab instead. That might do it. I got one of them, but not the other. Yeah, it's because it's all on an angle. And because it's all on an angle, it's becoming impossible to get. Right, try that again. Now we're in the right place. And again, oh wow. Sometimes you just fumble and fumble and fumble. Right, I think I've got it. Come at it from the other side. Don't want to knock it off on that tree. It is not great because it's a little bit wonky. So this is going to have to go on the front because we're going to have an overhang with one of them. And therefore, well, no, even the overhang isn't good. So let's drop these down here. I might have picked them up, but they're not even. And if they're not even, we're going to have a problem. So grab first one. No depth perception. So grab the first one. There we go. And we'll try and line this up with the second one and get a nice even load on our trailer. That there like that. Again, we're gonna try and grab. Get both of them. Look at that. Nice and even for our load. Bring it back so that we can get the actual grab in here. Line up where we want to press it. Down it goes. Smoothly in. So pleased with that. That's absolutely fantastic. Having the overhead crane that picks up lots at a time on this would be fantastic. Would really love to have that. And I think overall on my logging operation, I would love to head to that sort of territory with that sort of equipment. This certainly is the first step along to that. It's not a bad bit for picking things up, but getting more than a couple of logs doesn't seem to work with it. You kind of drive in and you're able to pick a log up and then load it in. This seems to be the best way it works. Once you try and get multiple logs in, it doesn't work quite as well, but that's not to say that this isn't still a more efficient way of doing things. Especially when we're loading up a trailer of this sort of size. Yeah, get our grab in here and drop that in. And it's giving me quite an even load when I'm doing it. You know, I'm not having a huge problem with overlapping logs or anything. I'm able to target things pretty well. So yeah, I'm liking this. I'm liking this a lot more than I was the other bit of kit we were using to load up. We kind of sort of superseded all of our original locking setup. The only thing we got left is the tree harvester, which is still serving its purpose, and of course our original Volvo tractor, which it's going to be interesting to see how well that handles all of this. Because this is a lot of wood we're putting on the back here. It's got a fair amount of horsepower. I mean, it's a 150-ish horsepower tractor. It's just going to be interesting to see if it can handle pulling a trailer full of this much wood. And it looks like I've got a log there on the front. Can I pick that up by hand? Yeah, we can move that along by hand, so that's all right. It's always a bit of a worry. If we couldn't move that by hand, that would cause me more troubles. But yeah, that's working really, really well. So up and back. Right. Yeah, we're loading up here. We should be done, I think, by the end of the day. Get everything loaded up. So where the blade function of this comes in really useful is like when I got 3 bits of wood, 3 logs like this that are very uneven. And coming on the end before I pick them up, line them all up like that. And then that means that we get a very even pickup from these 3. We'll come back into here like so. Try and flick the top one up onto there like that. Then come in, grab them all like that. And yeah, get the maximum number that you can pick up in one go. This time it was 2. I've been working on my technique, trying to get as many in as possible. And yeah, trying to get them piled up first seems to be a good way of doing of going about it. Let's lift that over the top of the markers. Look at that, we've got that about half full, that trailer at this point. That is a really nice amount, and there's still plenty of wood, plenty of logs here for us to pick up. So yeah, I think this is going to be a fairly full trailer by the end of the day. We'll get both of our sawmills nicely restocked, producing even more stuff, and we can get back then to work our way towards one of the other factories. I definitely want to not go too much longer without buying another factory. We need to keep moving things forwards. I think that the flooring factory is probably going to be the next place to go. There's a couple of places that need stuff from that. This is not positioned right. Let's just reposition that. We need to at least get the arm between those. Still not positioned right. Yeah, we want to get ourselves in a much stronger place to start. Not only building ships, which I'd like to start working on that as an income on here, but also building up the roller coaster, because we know the roller coaster has a lot of stages to go, and you never know. With this series, we may keep doing Forestry Friday on here for a very long time. Wow, that technique works really, really well. Just flicking that first log up with the bottom of this onto the second one very quickly gets both of them against the blade. Means that you can then pick two logs up at once. I really like that. It speeds things up no end. And what is that that's just come into the shop? We got a JCB backhoe loader. Oh man, how much is this? 111,000. Very nice looking piece of kit. What sort of stuff can we combine with that? Let's see if we come into miscellaneous here. Does it appear in here? No. We'll have a look in here. So this has universal bucket, log grapple. Oh, it has a few nice bits, but nothing overly of use to us. For doing stones possibly, but this is, unfortunately, that isn't of any use to us. I wish it was, because I'd love to have a little JCB backhoe like that on here. But yeah, 111,000, that's a lot of money for something that isn't really going to be of any particular use to us. We already have that covered by our skid steer and by this. It doesn't have a stone breaker. I'd be very tempted if it had a stone breaker on it, but it doesn't have that. And yeah, it means that it's not actually of any use to us, unfortunately. Not much wood left around here. We've got these ones. We've got 3 other logs over there, and I think there's a log down by that tree there. So this will finish up fairly quickly now, which is good. It is coming up to 3:15. This is a really decent amount of wood we've got on here. Should fill up both of our sawmills. We will need to move on to a new area, and we'll need to get rid of a lot of stumps around here. I mean, you can see how many stumps we have just kicking around, causing issues. Let's see if we can wheel this round a little bit towards that stump. We can use them to our advantage as well. Yeah, get them to push a log against it, and you should be able to pick the log up fairly easily. Although in this case, the log has gone clear over the stump, which is no help whatsoever to anybody. Yeah, sometimes they help, but if they're low like that, and we've been trying to cut them as low as possible to cause as little problem as possible, Sometimes you go to do what I just did and it just clears some. That's all right. This is a single log, so nice and easy to pick up. And we're going to load these last 4 all onto the front, I think, and then we'll be done. Last 2 logs. Let's see if we can get these in one go. Oh, actually, there's 3 logs here. Didn't realize that. Should at least get 1 of them. Right, if not 2. I think we're gonna get. I think we're gonna get 1. Yeah, we're gonna get 1. Let's clap that down. It's a little bit too difficult to get around there and get the second. Oh, there are stumps hiding everywhere in here. We've cut so many trees, and I keep hitting so many stumps as a result. Yeah, these are our 6-meter ones. These are our mistakenly longer cut ones that we're putting on here last, which is a good thing that they're going on last, because otherwise I think that would cause us a problem. Last ones? No, there's still a tiny little bit left there. That's a little bit crazy. Right, and this should fit on the front. Oh, this time I've gone onto the rock, which is trying to send me over onto my side. Yeah, that rock has been a bit of a bane today. Right, and unload those there. Okay. Right, we'll go get this last one. This last one, actually, I think I can pick up by hand. So I'm just going to put this down and we'll go pick that up. Turn this off. Don't want to be putting any more hours on it than I have to. And over here somewhere. There it is. Yeah, this is just an end. So this won't be too bad. We'll just slot this on the back. And yeah, look at that. That is a really good amount of wood that we've got on here. Pop that on there. So we've got, yeah, does it tell me how much wood? It doesn't. So I don't know exactly how much we've got. Strap that down there. We'll strap that down there. Strap. Why won't that strap? Well, there we go. That did it. Okay, so we'll unstrap the front, unstrap the back at the different ones, or at our different sawmills. And let's see if this tractor will pull this. Yeah, this tractor is pulling this no problem at all. Absolutely fantastic. I am very, very, very pleased that I bought this trailer, because this is just, again, everything gets easier the further we go on to this, and this is another example of it. We have this here, so we'll just pull the front part of this. I need to make sure it's only the front part of this, because I think even with the straps here it will still take those. So let's take that, and that takes the front bit. Yeah, so even with it strapped up, it still takes the wood. So if we want to get 2 separate sets in, then we have to do the front and then the back, like so. Right, and we will undo the straps like that and see how much we got. So in here we've now got 14,300 liters of wood. And in here we've got 14,500 liters of wood. But that is perfect. These will continue to produce stuff, and we can continue to collect up wood, which is absolutely brilliant. I am so pleased with our progress today. We managed to cut down a load of trees, and we'll be loading up a whole load of productions. We'll get this to do overnight, and that will give us a good amount of products to sell tomorrow. The next thing, of course, is finding some way to transport iron ore down here. We want to set up an iron ore factory around here. That is gonna cost a fair amount, though. Where is it? In here. There we are. Iron furnace, 180,000. So that has, we want to get that probably somewhere like that around here. Or somewhere around here. We're going to want to do this. Maybe even like that. Just around the back. We will be in a really good position to get that, and then we can get metal producing, and that will open up a whole new set of options for us. In the meantime, we're going to jump in this. The light is fading, so we're going to be getting cracking with our Kubota and clearing off all of those stumps and getting all of that out of the way. And yeah, that means we should have a very nice amount of stuff to load up and get sold next time. Maybe move things forward a little further on the roller coaster and building a ship. But yeah, we are now losing the light again. So I'm going to head over here. And get rid of all of these stumps. We are going to be doing a lot of selling off here on Silverrun Forest today. I want to get, really, we want to get the floor tiling location, see if we can pick that up today. If we can do that, we will be able to keep producing stuff for the roller coaster, but we are going to have to sell a load of stuff to do that. Fortunately, the roller coaster does need some bits, starting with some planks and some so it needs some normal planks and it needs some wooden beams, which is what we're grabbing here. My wooden beams are refilling, of course, as we take these. We produced a lot of goods from our little sawmills here. They've been producing stuff really, really well, and I want to make sure that we can make a bit of cash. And that's why I kind of really stopped a bit. We've got some snow on the way that's going to make things that little bit more difficult, and I want to really just take a moment, see if we can make a bit of money and go from there. It is quite a bit of stuff that we have, which is brilliant. I'm very, very pleased with that. So we're going to max out what we've got in the roller coaster first, drop stuff off there, make sure that's all filled up, and then after that we want to we really need to progress the roller coaster. We are going to need to get both the metal and the flooring going. The flooring is cheaper, so we might be able to get that going a bit sooner. And as you can see here, our trailer is kind of perfect for this. So we're gonna load up a load of these wood beams. I might see if we can do a set of 4 for the next. Yeah, we should be able to get all of these loaded up this time. Be careful with our skid steer. Skid steer is not the easiest thing to get in here with this. Lovely maneuverable, but stacking stuff, it can be a little bit of a challenge. I do like it though. I'm quite happy. If I really wanted to, we could get the wheel loader. We could get a set of forks for that and do that. But this really is kind of doing the job for me without too much hassle. Just a little bit of fun getting used to it. But we've got these on here really well. That's going to be a very nice full trailer of the wooden beams. Last 4 onto the back. Just position it carefully. Yeah, it's turning. You don't want to turn before you're moving with this tracked vehicles like this. I want to keep it in the middle and then turn as I move. If I try and preemptively turn, it always turns sharply. and that just leads to stuff moving about. So we want to try and avoid that. Look at that though, all of those wooden beams on in one go. So we'll park this up here, ready for moving in a moment. Start up our tractor. And yeah, I am actually still very, very pleased with this Volvo. For a piece of kit with a ton of hours on it that is worth next to nothing, it does exactly what we need it to do, which is awesome. So we'll take this first load of beams over to the roller coaster, get them unloaded. This should be all the beams this needs. I'm actually going to do it in sections. So first section here off. And that has now given, it needs 5,000, so it needed 6,000. So I think a second set of beams unloaded onto here should be enough. There we go. So that then gives it 8,000, but 30,000 is what it can take, and we know we're going to need more wooden beams here, so we'll take the end lot off, and that is more than enough wooden beams. So the next thing it's going to need is yeah, we need a whole load of planks. Now already we are up to 118,000, so before I go and load up the planks, we want to start looking at what we'll need to get. Well, we want to go and get the flooring bought, the flooring factory bought. We could lease it, but to be perfectly honest, I would rather just buy it outright. So that is this factory here. Let's head round the front. We are going to buy this. Yes, and it's 110,000. So yes, we know we're going to make a load more money today. And for a production, that will take planks and planks long. We got more planks than anything else, and we can make floor tiles with planks. So what I'm going to do is we will get half of these planks loaded onto our trailer now, and we'll get the other half. Well, yeah, we'll do. Actually, we can load all of our planks on, but the way we want to do this is to get basically half of our planks put on or put into the factory, and half of our planks taken to the roller coaster. And I'm gonna do this a little bit cheekily. Oh, whoa. There, down, perfect. Back it off, nice and slowly. Don't turn the wheel. And then come straight back in, grab 2 stacks of the planks. Hope it's not too heavy. No, our skid steer is good. We just need to take this slowly. And yeah, if we can get 6 pallets of planks on at a time, that is going to be wonderful. Look at that. Oh, that went on there way smoother than it had any right to. And we need to get the rest of them like that, and we'll be able to very easily get a lot of money made very quickly. We might even earn enough to get the ore factory today with this. That would be exceptional. I've got just 2 more stacks of planks. Now the long planks, those can also go into the flooring. So we really we can do both. Now what I'm very wary of is to making sure that at all times we can max out the roller coaster as much as possible. So let's get these on here. Look at that. That's just so nice. So nice, this little skid steer. And down and out to make sure that we are clear. We've got a... Oh, there we go. We can get one on the end here. Just anything that gets the gets the belt on there means that it's held down. And yeah, this is going to be a trailer full of these, and then we'll go and max out the long planks on the roller coaster as well, and then anything left can go into making floor tiles and doing that. And with any luck, we might make enough of this to get the iron furnace. If not, then I think we're probably going to be looking at trying to make enough to get the stuff for floor paneling. And oh no, we've had a collapse off the other side. That shouldn't be too difficult to fix. So very carefully coming around here. Is this our last pile? No, not quite. Oh no, there is. This is our last set. Of course, the last set on here fell off the other side. We couldn't have an absolutely perfect stack. That would be mad. So let's very carefully not get under the trailer. We want to try and get under this stack here. Don't want to turn. Just want to move slightly forwards. Lift it up. And hope that that will just wedge onto the top of there. If it fell off the side, that's not the end of the world, because now I can restack it without too much problem. So we'll grab the lower one, move that out of the way. That gets the upper one to fall back flat. We put that on top. We come down. We grab that. Back it off. Position ourselves while we're moving. And then on to the top of there. Yep. Down. And look at that. Right, that should now strap on there really nicely. We'll get this out of the way. And yeah, our big sell-off continues. We want to go and get as many of those shortboards as we can onto the roller coaster, and then the rest can go into our flooring factory. So I don't know how much of this is going to need to be unloaded into here. We pull the trailer across and do what we did with the last lot. So trailer on fully. Right, and then just undo it row by row. So those off. That is, it can take 20,000 planks. Okay. So we'll take that off as well. That off as well. We got 16,000. Right, I think the rest of these can go into... You know what? I'm going to set one more lot. How many does this need for this? Planks. We've got 4,000. Yeah, no, we're good. So let's go put the rest of these and start making some floor tiles with them, because floor tiles are the next thing we're going to need to drop off here. So these will drop off down the side here. Bring them in. I don't know how much we can take in here. Let's find out. Drop those off. We can put 10,000 planks into here. So, oh wow. The rest of those then can go back to the roller coaster. So that's going to be good. We'll make a little bit more money off those as well. Lots of back and forth with this today. But we are progressing things. We are progressing things very nicely. And that's there. So that is back up to 50,000. We have spent so much today, and yet we still have 50,000 in the bank. And we're about to have a load more, because we're going to load up the long planks, and we're going to max out all the space we've got with those. And there's a whole ton of those sitting here as well. I'm a little bit worried about whether we'll actually be able to get the large amount or get a stack of 3 with our little skid steer. That looks a little bit concerning to me. But I think otherwise, these should go on here fairly easily. Yeah, this is going to be interesting. This is a stack of 5. Might be quite heavy for this. In we go. All of them on. Not massively complaining. Well, it is actually. That is not overly happy. If we can get this on, and then we can get that single one there and put that on top of this stack, that would go very well. Whoa, into the trailer, so slightly above it. But yeah, that would get these on in just 2 stacks. Like that. Wow. Now I'm hoping this can reach up the top with this second, or this last one here. And that will then be all of this done and loaded up and sold for a lot of money. We made, so we hit over 50,000 with the first lot. Oh, we hit over 100,000 with the first lot. We've hit over 50,000 with this lot. We need 180,000 to get the ore factory, or the furnace, the iron furnace. We're gonna have some fun filling stuff up though with that. Although there is a wheel loader up there. We don't really have, well, we do have a trailer. We've got a small trailer. I don't know if our tractor will fill with that trailer and get it all the way down here. We're getting to the stage where something like a truck is going to be very useful. And I downloaded a mod that might be really nice on here. So there's the International for 45,000. We've got the Mac here for 79,000. And this is a really cool looking truck. I'd quite like to get that on here. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, we're gonna need a truck and a larger trailer to get enough ore down here to make that trip worthwhile. And we're probably gonna need to get our wheel loader up there to do it. So if I'm gonna do that, I'm gonna want it to be a big trip, something that makes it worthwhile getting our wheel loader up there to fill up. So yeah, we'll be getting a lot of ore down here. We could fill up the furnace and then get a load of ore and just tip it on the ground here, just so that we can keep topping the furnace up. That is not a bad idea. Just a big journey up there to go and get a ton of stuff. Right, let's do this. Alternatively, we could use some conveyor belts maybe. Tip into conveyor belts to fill stuff up with the smaller wheel loader that's already up there as well. I hear the train coming. We don't want to get in the way of that. So we'll let that come through. That won't take long to pass by. Yep, there we go. Nice and clear. Right, let's go and max out the roller coaster. And then the rest of these can go and make floor tiles for us. So out of here, unclip the first of these. Yeah. Wow. That added another 12,000, but didn't take all of them. So we'll go and max out the space now in the flooring factory. See if we can get a whole load of floor tiles made. And that is a really good start today. I am very, very happy with that. I'm very tempted to see what else we can do. In fact, it is January, so I think our wood chips are probably at the best price as well. Where's our flooring factory? Up here. So we might be able to make a bit of money out of the wood chips as well. I don't think the wood chips... I don't think we've got very many of our wood chips. Yeah, trying to get this into here in such a way that we can turn around and get things out again. It's not always easy, but that's done it. Right, let's unload these. So those should all go in. And anything we have left we'll sell, but nope, that's all good. So now we want to pop into here. And we want to activate that. and activate that. And then we'll start creating some floor tiles so we can then load those up. Those come out over this way here. We can load those onto the trailer later, and that will get another stage going on our roller coaster, which would be great. That is getting things moving very nicely. So what do we still need to get the roller coaster moving? We've delivered a whole load of planks. We've delivered a whole load of planks long, and we delivered a whole load of wooden beams. To get the next bit going, it needs metal floor tiles and staircase railings. First 200 liters of floor tiles we will get straight over here. Staircase railings we need quite a few of. And looking at the productions, the furniture factory we will need for chairs eventually. I think we need the wood turner next. Yeah, staircase railings from straight up wood and from planks long. So how much will this cost us to buy? This costs 80,000. So we're at 62 now. This is probably our next target. We can get wood straight into here as well, which is fantastic. So yeah, we can just load up our wood trailer and do that. How much wood does it? Oh, how much? It doesn't tell me how much wood this will hold. But yeah, I think we want to target this place next. And that means with some time still to go today, I want to grab this piece of kit, and we're going to travel a little bit further afield because we're getting further and further from our base camp, and start to get some more trees cut. We've got space here to eventually put our wood. Whoop, there's a thing there. That's not something we can get with this. To get our iron furnace, there's space for us to put that on our land here. But yeah, in the meantime, I think we want to start this up, get it out, and any tree we can cut, we want to be cutting. Why my other joystick not active? That's better. There we go. Right, so let's push this forwards and pull it back, forwards, down, cut it as low as possible, and cut. There we go. Pull it back, up, and round. Basically, we want to make a whole load of piles of wood around here, so that we can just come in, easily pick them up, and get everything going again. Probably next month, if we create a load of piles of wood, then that will work out fairly well for us, and we'll be able to get our sawmills working again. Doing this in cab is really, really satisfying. It works so nicely, lining things up, getting things cut. You come out this way, lift it all up, and cut it into a nice bare patch. And you just, yeah, there's so much visibility from inside this cab. It's brilliant. And we'll just cut half a dozen to a dozen trees from this area. And yeah, that will make us a whole load of money on here. And all of these trees, thankfully, in this starting area are not too large. We've had one big tree that we're probably going to have to deal with separately, which, as many people pointed out, we don't need a larger forestry harvester to deal with the bigger trees around here. We can just do those with this. In fact, this big enough to cut there. Will this cut this? Doesn't seem to want to go around that. Let's see. No, that is. It just needs getting onto the tree itself. There we are. Cut it. Bring it around there. up. Yeah. And make a nice pile. Let's see how many more dewis we can get. This is, yeah, this is working very nicely. I'm so pleased with this. And it's going to just give us a whole load to keep working with and keep going. So, yeah, I'm just going to keep cutting a load of trees and we'll see how many piles we end up with. Managed to grab the tree from in front of the pile I created a minute ago. That actually has made me very happy. I didn't think I was going to be able to get that tree, but it was very close. So let's bring this through here. Yeah, plenty of piles of wood. We actually have a surprisingly large area of woodland that we start with on here. Which works brilliantly for us. It means that we end up with a very, very good set of wood to cut and plenty that we can be getting on with. Even with this harvester at the age it is, and the well, this is the thing. So this isn't worth anything, this harvester, because of its age. But it is doing a fantastic job for us, just making us a ton of money. We could replace this with something bigger without too much hassle, but we don't really need to. It's a tree harvester that is doing us very well, and just allowing us to cut a whole load of wood very quickly. It's part of the reason why we've made so much money on here. Trying to line myself up on this tree, it is so much easier to do it in cab. I'm amazed how much easier this is to work with if you work in cab. Everything is so easy to see. It's ridiculous. See, now I know I need to lift up. Otherwise, I'm just going to clonk into the edge of my wood pile. And now I'm just sticking it on the top still. We got quite a few nice little piles of wood in this area. I'm wondering if we're going to want to actually just come in here with the stump grinder and just clear the stumps out of the way. So it's easier for us to get in here and get all these. But at the moment, we're just creating some really useful, really nice piles. And as you can see, I am managing to pretty much negotiate my way around these stumps. Yeah, we've got a really decent amount of stuff on here now. I think we'll have enough for us to load up with some trailers next time. I want to do that and then lift up. I found is the easiest way to get that to then create a pile to the side where you want it to. Just seems to work so effectively. And now I've come to a tree that is actually too big for this. So how many piles do we have? Let's have a quick look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's another one over here somewhere. We basically have enough piles to be getting on with next time to load up. So the last thing I want to do today is we'll head back to the yard, head back to our sawmills, and we're going to load up with whatever wood chips we have in there and see if we can't go and sell them, because January, best time of the year to sell off the wood chips. Time to get the incredibly useful Volvo BM out again. I don't know. I don't think I'll ever be replacing this until it actually will not pull what I need it to. 3,000 liters of wood chips from here. Do we have 3,000 liters of wood chips in this one as well? There's a little bit. And yeah, about 4,000 liters in here. It's not a huge amount and it's not a full trailer, but it should make us a little bit of cash. Best place to sell wood chips. Let's see, they should be a product, and yeah, 983. So 976, 993 at the old sawmill. And that is where we're going to go. So let's tag that. And that is, oh, wow, quite a long way. Where is it? I think, yep, up the top. The sawmill, right up the top of the map. Old sawmill is just up here. And I think it's, if it's like where it was in FS22, then it should be up and round the back. The sawmill here, yeah, is not where our sell point is for these. It's more over, well, it's more over this way. I don't think there's anywhere for me to tip over there. I'd be surprised. Last time it was in this space over here. Although that's somewhere, no, that's somewhere where it's loading up the wood chips. Where is the actual wood chip sell point? Is this it over here? This might be it over here, actually. What is this? This is sell wood. No, that's wood. There's no obvious place around here where I would sell this. There's a place to sell wood around the other side. There's a place that outputs it over this way. And nowhere that really... This is somewhere where you load it up, not somewhere where you tip it, I don't think. No. Right, so it's got to be round here somewhere. I have a horrible feeling it's here. I mean, that would make sense as a place to do it, but there's no way I'm getting this piece of kit up into here. I'm sure someone will put into the comments. So let's have a look at where the next best price is. Oh, 92. The fire department has actually gone higher while we've been searching for this. So let's tag that. And that is back in town. Coming back past, I can see that our first floor tiles, or our first floorboards are out. So we'll be able to get those delivered to the roller coaster next time. We should hopefully be able to get the wood turner sorted. We are not far off owning that. We need to hit 80,000 to get that, and we are at 62. This should get us to 70,000, so just 10,000 shy of being able to buy the wood turner at the end of here. So we can then start getting stuff going through that. Added advantage is we can sell excess floorboards and stuff from the wood turner. And yeah, we should have the ore factory in no time. For now, we're going to get this tipped. Out goes the extra wood chips. 72. Wow. 72,912 is where we're left with today from that. That is exceedingly good. I'm very, very pleased with how today has gone. And yeah, that puts us into a really strong position going into the new year. We are going to be collecting up a whole load of wood that we cut last time, getting that into our sawmills, start getting it processed. We're trying to get to the point where we can afford the ore refinery. We want to get that built as quickly as possible now. We've got some floor tiles built, and we're looking to start also getting some staircase railings and stuff built as well. So there's lots of things that we still have to build and do around here, and we need the wood to do it. We need to bring in some money. We've got 70,000 in the bank, which is good, but yeah, we're gonna need some money to do this, and I'm not quite in the right place for this. It'll be about there-ish, I think. This is a fantastic wheel loader, and I'm very pleased I got it. But I think the bit we've got on the front, unless I can clear the lines with it like that, it tends to catch on things. Oh, and then we get bits like that where we're not quite in the right place and have to push it back on. So I might grab a different log grab. As good as this one is, it is giving us a little bit of hassle. Although, I don't know if there's more space for it in the middle. It is good for pushing logs on this. It does push logs on very nicely. But actually loading them in the back and front section, it can be a little bit unwieldy. So what we really want is to come at this from the end first. Make all of these even, which is one of the strengths of this bit of kit. So make all of these even here. So push those along there like that. And then pick them up in the middle so that we know we're putting them in the right place. Somebody did suggest on one of my videos that I create an area that I can easily load stuff up from, as I had before. When we did our series on here in FS22. And the thing is, because we're moving further and further away, and because we're sort of just cutting groups around our logging area, it doesn't work out quite so well for us on here to do something like that. Can we grab that? Is that going to grab two of those? Yes. Are they nice and even? Just about. Can we line ourselves up and get them into here in a way that works for us? Yeah, we're not quite in the middle, and they're not quite even. But do that there, over and in, and then drop them. Yeah, not the greatest bit of logging here. No, that seems to have evened things out a little bit. Yeah, it's slowly falling into place. This will be our first tree loaded up and in. We did cut quite a few last time, so this should be a nice meaty amount. We'll put half of this trailer into one sawmill, half of this trailer into the other. I want to take the next tree actually and start filling up the front. Let's see how much of this tree we can get. I'm kind of lifting my front wheels off. It really, as much as I'd love this grab to work really well, it doesn't work as well as I would like. I don't know if there's a different grab we can get that might work a little bit better. This is great for evening things up and creating stacks and things that are very similar. But I wonder if we could put a bigger log grab on the front of this, and that's a little bit thinner and makes everything that little bit more maneuverable. We still have to lift the logs over the top, of course, but once we've dropped them, it would become a lot easier. Let's have a look then at the wheel loader tools. Yeah, there's the Magicite log fork that would possibly work a bit better for us. There's the Volvo grapple here for the 6,500. I do worry though that is going to end up being a bit big. Yeah, because that is a log grab. You know what? That is more expensive than that Magicite one is and that Volvo one is. So I'm going to grab this one. We've got the money. Let's buy this and we'll give this a try. We've still got the bucket for our little skid steer left down here. That's because we haven't started doing any stones yet. All right, bring this up. Lock that on. Yeah, see, this is much thinner and should take a much bigger grab. So if we even everything up with the other one, we should be able to just grab piles with this one. Keep coming across little stumps here, which I can remove thankfully with my chainsaw. But yeah, it's just keep coming across them hidden in the brush. Managed to get rid of most of the little stumps around here, but just hitting every so often a whole clump, or hitting, sorry, not a whole clump, the odd one or two that is just doesn't work. Right, so this should be good for picking up groups of logs like this. We want to get onto them evenly, pick up the whole group of logs and put them in at once, down and into that, along like that. And this is a little bit like what we were doing last time. So when we were getting logs sorted last time, what we were doing was getting them all evened up and then putting them into a setup like this. Take over the top, yep. Position things so that we're not overlapping too much. Bring it down. I think that should just about do it. So open up, drop them in, and there we go. And see, that is much smoother. Yeah, I'm much more happy with that. Right, okay, so let's clean these piles up. Let's stack everything a little bit more evenly, and then we'll just go round, pick up piles, and load them up, and that will speed things up even more. So this bit of kit here, this allows us to stack things. We open it up and we can then just come along to the ends of these and just push them into an even stack, so they'll go onto the trailer more evenly. It's a little bit more prep work, but it ends up just improving our entire system and our entire way of working, because we then just come in with the bigger grab and grab all of these, whereas at the moment we can only really grab 1 or 2 logs at a time with this. We should be able to grab entire piles with the other one. So just even this up. Maneuvering and getting in the right position, though, is absolutely required for this, because if we don't do that, we end up with an uneven pile. Come in here, even this up. With it open, it should even things up quite nicely. And then we go up a little bit, and that up. Then up a bit more, that on, got a nice even pile like that ready to go. Just it's gonna make things so much easier. And yeah, want to avoid knocking anything like I did just then. Here we've got a stump in the way, so I'm using this a little bit more like a blade at the moment. Just to sort of maneuver things to where I want it. If I can maneuver things and get things into positions where they're easier to work with, that just improves everything. This is probably the worst pile. There's been a couple of logs that have been completely out of whack, and as a result, the pile is kind of all over the place. But got that onto there. We've got a stump that's a little bit in the way. I might have to try and grind that down, I think. If I can pile this up a little bit, I think we'll be all right. Yeah, there we go. That's neat enough. Most of the rest of these are actually doing okay. I think we'll start clearing some of these away. I need to get in here with the stump grinder as well today and clear some of these stumps because there's a lot around here right now. And I think we kind of want to clear all this underbrush before we go doing any replanting because it's quite hard to see a lot of stuff at the moment. So if we can get something that will mulch away that, all of these sort of extra plants and things, that I think is going to help us no end going forwards around here. Getting this done in such a way that it doesn't push the logs underneath the grab is quite difficult. Need to get the angle just right on the head. Kind of gather everything in. And even then, 9 times out of 10, I find myself losing a single log like that. It just doesn't quite get into the grab, unfortunately. But we are definitely doing things faster now with this new grab. We're picking up multiple logs at once very easily, and yeah, getting them into the trailer. Be able to even things out quite nicely, like so. Yeah, so I don't think it'll take too long today to get everything loaded up, which is good. Because there's a tree that, wow, yeah, there's so many obstacles here though that keep just sort of getting in the way. I might need to bring my tractor and trailer to somewhere a little bit easier to load up, I think. Let's just strap some of this down because that is very much going towards the front. Start this up. I'll just move this over here into this this clearer area and hopefully be able to load up a little bit more easily right there. Let's turn that up as well. Not that it matters much. This tractor has 107 hours on it, and we're not going to be adding too many more, I don't think. I think I want to try and come in and under and then see if I can grab from there. It never gets that last remaining one, but that's got it. That's got it. Yeah, lots of lots of fumbling about, just trying to make things work, and we're getting there. Look at that, we've got a really nicely full trailer so far. Let's see if this will unclamp, and then the beauty, because we've got this here like that, we can pull out and it will knock the logs out of the grab, which is good. That's exactly what we need. That's what we didn't have with the previous one. Nice big load of wood. Just want to position it right. Yeah, there, should do it nicely. Open that up and then reverse out to knock it onto this side. That is not good positioning on any of that. Yeah, trying to get things to stack right is quite a challenge, and more often than not something like that happens. Moral of this story, I think, is load the front first. Don't try and load the back and position things where you think it should be. Load the front first, and then everything should fall into place, because at the moment that is just making a mess at the front there, to the point where I'm gonna have to unclamp it and see if there's anything I can do. Yeah, I might have to try and shift things about a bit. That is not behaving itself at all. I've restacked everything on the trailers, and I'm just gonna move myself to a better place to load these up, I think. We don't have enough space where we are. And yes, I'm moving a little bit further away from the other stacks. But this makes a bit more sense, I think. Right, let's see if we can get the rest of this loaded up and back down to our sawmills. There's still quite a few stacks laying around here, so yeah, we're about half full, I think, and we've still got a way to go, especially with this grab, which is great, but trying to get an actual pile onto it can be a little bit of a sure. Look at that though, that is a really nice stack. Hopefully that all stays in this grab until we can get it loaded into the trailer. Get this over here. I'm not sure 5-meter logs are good for this trailer. It's not the greatest or it's not the easiest way to sort of get them on here. That's going to need a little bit of maneuvering. Oh no, I think that might be okay. It is a little bit back, but that's all right. Yeah, we're gonna have a full trailer way before we get all of these stacks up, which is not a horrible thing. That just means that we've got more wood for later. I think we might be just about at the limit of what we can get on here with this wheel loader. Not the limit of what this trailer can handle. I think one more load might be doable, but yeah, with this wheel loader, with this grab, don't think there's much more than one more grab's worth that we can get on here. So let's come back here and see if we can grab this back. So close to grabbing the whole lot, but that'll do. Let's see if we can get these on. I don't think it'll fit much more than this, which is cool because that means we do have quite a bit left up here that we can come and get. Slightly different type of wood in this lot. So open that up, reverse this out, and yeah, just a little bit of positioning, I think. And that, I think, is a pretty full trailer. So let's just close that, turn that off. Then I want to get those last couple of logs strapped on. Perfect. Right, let's get these back to our sawmills. Well, as I said, we'll unload one lot one side and one lot the other. There's actually quite a big dip in the middle of the front lot, but that's all right. We've got plenty more we can load up. This Volvo is pretty perfect for this. So bring this in. Want to make sure we only have the front ones in it. So bring it to there. I think if I go like this, yeah, that will take the front logs. So let's do the same over here. Unload all of these like so. Oh, and I want to undo these straps, which drops down that single log. And let's unload that. Oh, let's unload that on here as well. There we go. And then we should have in here a decent amount of words. Do we actually have active outputs? No. So we want to activate all of these like so. And then over here, I want to activate all of these as well. so that we're outputting all of that. And we can do wood delivery as well. 100 wood by 100 wood. So this is also somewhere where we can store wood too. Although where it outputs the wood, I don't know. Right. So I'm actually just going to unhook this. And we're going to head over to our our flooring factory. Because right there is where we have more planks that need dealing with. Those need to be got over to the roller coaster. And yeah, so we're going to have to get the tractor and the skid steer over there. Causing a little bit of a traffic jam because we need to stop at the side here to pick these up. And there are 5 pallets here so far. That's really good. We know we're going to need more than just 200 pallets or 200 liters of these flooring tiles. We've got 2,000 here, so there's going to be we're basically going to be storing up stuff as much as possible at the roller coaster. The more we can store, the less we have to deliver later. So, drop that off. Yeah, it's a bit difficult with our pathway here, sort of causing bumps and things, but we got them on. Just push those on a little bit. Right, get those strapped down. Yeah, we'll have this cleared off in no time. Last one on. There we are. Right, let's send this then back to our logging area. So set destination there. Nope. Oh, I might have to drive it back myself then. And then we'll go and deliver those floor tiles to the roller coaster. So this will start these going. We need railings and we need metal. So what we're trying to save up for at the moment is either the wood turner or the ore refinery. I think the wood turner is probably our better bet. It's going to be less overall cost because not only are we going to have to build the ore refinery, but we're going to have to find a way of getting enough iron ore down here. Yes, we have a trailer in this tractor, but that is going to be such a long haul to get that stuff. It might be enough to get us started, and okay. That is all of the floor tiles that this can take at the moment. So that's good. What I want to do then is stop my flooring production at the moment. Wow, we have quite a lot of stuff in here. We might as well keep it going then. But I just won't renew that later. Where is the best place then to sell the rest of these? Let's have a look. Floor tiles, Riverbend Springs. Where is the best place other than loading them onto the train? And how much do we lose compared to it? So 3,528, 3,467 at the boatyard. Right, to the boatyard we go. We don't own that, so we're not building boats at the moment. It's still a decent sell point, so that is just around the corner here. We'll bring this in here and make ourselves a bit of cash at the boatyard as well. Yeah, we're going to make way more floor tiles than we need. It's going to be more later on that we're going to have so many places that we're doing stuff that it just gets unwieldy. 82,621. Fantastic. Right, let's get this back to the farm. And I want to go and have a look at the wood turner. This is the next place we need to buy. Let's see how much it is. To buy this would cost us 80,000. Perfect. So let's buy that. Yes. Okay. And this will take wood. Straight up wood. Yeah. So planks or wood. I think we can deliver wood directly to here. I don't think so. 70 planks. Is that just standard wooden planks? That is planks long we need for that. So what does wood, what takes to do planks long? 93%. I think that we are better taking, I would need to, so that's 93 wood. No, I need to do some calculation. So by my reckoning, that should be about 75 wood to do that. So it makes sense for us to first create long planks to do this instead of delivering wood straight in here for the wood turner. So yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna deliver long planks to this and do it that way, seeing as we're producing long planks anyway, and that will work out better for us. Which means that what I have left to do today is to continue loading up the rest of the logs and getting it all into the sawmill so that we can continue to produce planks and logs and beams ready to go into our productions. And wow, we've got quite a few left to do. But I think in general, we're probably done for today. So I'm going to get the rest of these loaded up, get them into the sawmill. We're going to be starting getting the wood turner going here on Silverrun Forest today. We got a lot of long planks here. So we're going to load these up onto our trailer. We brought the wood turner at the end of the last time. I know it's been a couple of weeks since we've been on here. But yeah, we bought the wood turner and we're now going to get everything sort of loaded up. We have no use for floor tiles at the moment down at the roller coaster. So we're not taking any more of those. I think we're going to try and sell as much stuff as possible, or we might just try and deliver as much stuff as possible. Now we worked out that we could have just put straight trees into the wood turner, but long planks actually are more efficient. So we're gonna load these up, get these all delivered down there, and just produce a whole load of stuff from the wood turner. We can create bowls and stuff from there as well, and those tend to sell pretty well too. These sets of pallets here can go on first, and then we've got 2 stacks of 3 that we can put on after. This little Kubota is great for loading stuff up. There's also something in the shop that is available secondhand, which I just think is the most perfect little bit of kit for this wood event and or wood setup, and that is this little Lintner Lintrack. This is an all-wheel steer tractor, and I really want to get this. 68,000 in the setup that I think would probably go for 70,000. It comes with a quickie loader, a front loader attacher. So I think we'll leave that on there, and to get a front loader on this would be really useful actually. And yeah, you can see the Isaria Pro Compact is on here. Yes, we are running precision farming on this map, but at the moment we don't really have any land to scan or anything, so it's not gonna have as big an impact on here as it's gonna have on somewhere like Oakfield. Not Oakfield, Oak Bridge. I keep calling it Oakfield, it's Oak Bridge. So we will have it on here. We'll probably have it on most maps. Also, I noticed that the realistic weather has had an update as well. We've not updated it on here at all since the first version. So I'm going to give that a test and see if that allows me to do anything different, if it's improved much. Basically, it's set up because I would like to use realistic weather again. I'm having trouble positioning stuff with this. Yeah, we're turned too much. As I said before, with these tracks or with these skid steers in general, they can be a bit of a pain to turn because you can't be stationary and turn them. You've got to be moving forwards or backwards for them to turn properly. Otherwise, they just sort of spin badly in place. Right, let's see if we can get this off here. Yeah, there we are. Right. And then I'm just going to move these across because I want the other set of 2 that we've left down that far end on here. It's a pretty good amount that we're getting out of here. Yeah, look at this. This is a huge amount. I think we're going to have more planks here than we can put into the wood turner, which is fantastic news. That will keep things moving. And I think we basically just want to keep overloading the roller coaster as much as possible. Fill it up, max out its storage, and go from there. So we'll have a look when we go to drop stuff off later at how much more that can take. So strap that lot down, and then yeah, we've just got these ones here. I'm going to try something a bit different to what I just did. We'll line ourselves up and we'll go in, grab that top one, put that down onto the one in front, and then hopefully I'll be able to get all 4 of these at once. So that down to there, back it straight out, grab that, so straight in, all 4 of them. Yeah, I'm glad this is so squat, this, because this is quite a heavy lot. But it has got the rest of this trailer loaded up quite fast. And no more mucking about. We are fully loaded with the planks. The advantage of having that lintner is going to be that we'll just be able to put a front loader on and go and pick stuff up from elsewhere around the map. So the skid steer will be great for our actual wood area, but we can put the lintner on front with a front loader. We can come out and we can pick stuff up from here. We can pick stuff up from the flooring factory, the shingle factory. When we get that will need pick. So basically going around the map and loading stuff up will be perfect with that. Let's bring this into here then, and these should just drop in if I undo the straps. So first lot in. Oh wow, that took all of them at once. That was a little bit surprising, but that does mean we should be able to start up the wood turning in here now. So staircase railing, yeah, we get more than 70 planks out of 100 wood. So that's why it's better for us to turn it into planks first. So we will activate that and start producing staircase railings. The rest of these we'll leave for now. I want to just create the staircase railings for now. And you can see we've got plenty of space in here. So that will start creating those. And we'll go and put the rest of the stuff into the roller coaster, load that up as much as it will take, because I don't think, well, we could go and load up the flooring as well. Actually, we'll have a look at what that takes. So the flooring factory will take planks and will take planks long. We've just dropped all of our planks long off, so we'll take all the planks and drop them in the flooring factory. Tried to take 2 piles at a time, and the second pile just fell over. That's not great. It's going to be a pain to try and pick these up. So let's see if we can grab it on the end one. Nope, it's just going to be something I have to do carefully and probably one at a time, which is very annoying, especially with the erratic movements of this. when I turn while not moving. Right, that's one. So we can grab that. Keep this nice and straight and in. And I get a second one to come over. Let's see. Yep. So, and then go up with this. Stack these two. Carefully maneuvering. Yeah. So it's precision movements over small areas are not something that are the strong suit of this. It is. It can be quite erratic moving at slow speeds. Moving at fast speeds, you're all right. Moving at slow speeds, you're gonna move fairly erratically with this. So, yeah, I love the skid steers. Great for small spaces and things, but can be very, very erratic in their movement if you're not careful. You want to get yourself nicely lined up on your way over and then not turn. They're good at staying straight, though. I have found. They do very well at staying straight. Right, let's see if we can put this one on the top. I hope I can. Yeah. We've only got 4 piles of these, so we should be okay. Down. Forward slightly. And back. We've gone off to the side, and now see, I'm just wobbling either side, trying to straighten things up. No, I've got to back off, reposition myself, line that up, lift this up slightly, and down. See if that's in the right place. Slightly too far back. And that. There we go. Yeah, line yourself up in cab. Much easier. And strap both of those down. Right, 2 more stacks to get on. Not actually sold anything yet, but this is all going into our own productions. I could get these automatically distributing, but I wouldn't have got I wouldn't have got all of the long planks into the wood turner if I'd done it that way. So actually having this come and be selective in what we deliver where works out much better for us. Yes, it takes a little bit longer, but I think in the long run it works out better for us. Right, let's turn this off then. Then we're going to need to refuel this tractor. Yes. So this tractor's going to need refueling on the way back, I think. Although we've only got 304 pound in the bank, so maybe we need to get some stuff sold, but we have got all of those wood beams to load up and sell yet. So once we drop this off, we'll go and do that. And these want to come in the side over here. There are quite a few floor panels sitting here, or flooring board sitting here. There we go. Oh, I think we've maxed out. Yeah, we've maxed out. So everything in here has been sorted. We do have, come over here. Yeah, look at this. So floor tiles, we have a whole load of floor tiles ready to go, but I'm going to take these short planks and we'll go and drop these off at the roller coaster and get some money in, and then we'll be able to refuel this tractor. There are so many stages to this roller coaster. It's absolutely ridiculous. And we haven't even completed stage 1 yet. It's all about making as much cash as we can. We made 10,000 off that and it's maxed out. Oh my Lord. Yeah, we've sold another 10,000. So where is the best place right now for us to sell planks? Is the roller coaster. Outside of that though, wooden planks, no wood planks, planks, there we go. The boatyard is paying 2,063. Flooring factory we own. It's actually 2,073. 2074 at Silverrun Market, which is just across the road. We tag that. Yeah, it's right over there. So we'll go drop these off there and go and make a load of more cash. We are up to 10,854, which is good. I'll bring these down here and unload these. Yeah, we've got a partial on there as well. There we are. Another 5,760. So we're up to 16,000. We've only got another 20,000 to go, and we have a lot of planks to fill up. So, or a lot of wood beams, sorry, to fill up. What I'm going to do then is refuel this, and we'll get the wood beams loaded up. In we come, turn the tractor off, refuel it. And that has cost us £267 to refuel that tractor. That's quite expensive. Last set. Well, actually not the last set. I think we've got two more. Let's see if we can carefully push this over. I think we might be able to get these last ones on here and get a trio across at the back. This is quite a lot of planks, or quite a lot of beams, and you can see here as well that we've already got more of the long beams and more of the more of the long planks, and more of the planks have turned up, but that's fine. We're not looking to immediately deal with those. I think this is going to be more than 20,000. To back that off, and then we need to strap that down. I don't know why once I've strapped it down it then goes underneath. I can do one strap at the right height, and then and then I need to back it off, or then it won't strap properly. Right, let's see. I think all of these need to go into the roller coaster. Flooring factory takes planks and planks long, and wood turner just takes planks long and wood. So yeah, all of this, as much of this as we can, we will fit into the roller coaster, and then after that we'll go and see where we can sell the rest of it and make as much money as we can. I think we're going to have enough to get the little tractor, which is great news. We do need to start working though towards getting the metal, well, the furnace. There we go. All of that's gone in. 73,000. That was enough to get the tractor on its own. That is insane. Okay, so the Lintrack. Oh, this is a cracking little bit of kit. I want to put the Michelin wheels on, which will be wide tires, which is great for what we're doing. We've got a quickie loader on. We don't need the area, and I can go with almost any color I like, which is quite nice. Oh, actually, I think we should get this in. Kind of want to do a municipal yellow. I don't know which would be the best. No, it's sort of a municipal orange. That's going to be that color. Is that sort of what we want? Or is it more sort of the Challenger yellow that we want to go in for this? I think we'll go with the Challenger yellow for sort of our municipal color on this. And then we need a license plate. And congratulations to David11. You have been selected at random from the Tractor Driver and above level patrons and YouTube channel members, and your name is going on the license plate. We are similarly going to put that in the municipal yellow. And oh, I need to actually put it on there. So front and back. There we go. David11 on the front and on the back. So thank you for your support, and we are going to buy that for 73,000. Perfect. Now, can I get a front loader for it? How much is a little front loader going to be? 7,500. So we could get that And actually, we'll end up paying for it today if we do that. I'm just going to go into the small tractors and into the one that we've just bought. That's it, isn't it? Yes, it is. And then we want to have a look at... I was hoping to look at combinations, but it's not giving it to me. So, yeah. Okay. Yeah. We'll go with the small front loader then. Let's just do that quickly. So that will be this. And again, we're going to go with the Challenger yellow on it. And a warning red, maybe. Ooh, actually, I quite like that. So we will buy that for 7,500. Yes. And then I want to get a pair of forks for that as well. And I think the Albert Bale forks will be the best thing for us here. In fact, they are indeed the only thing for us here. So we will buy those as well. Yes. Okay. Perfect. Now, I probably want to get a weight for the back of it. But I think we're all right at the moment. Yeah, look at this. Oh, wow. I really quite like that. That is a cracking little tractor. The red accents on the front loader. And then, yeah, we've got ourselves a set of forks as well. So I can now take this and we'll put this on the trailer and we will go and load up the floors, or the floor tiles that we've got, and go and get those delivered. So we're going to have to build a barn or something here soon. Well, I think once I've started to work out how this area is going to work a bit better, we can go from there. Right, turn that off. We're not completely abandoning this. It does have 111 hours on it, that tractor. This one currently has 10.3 hours on it, although I have a feeling we're going to put hours on it fairly quickly. But yeah, cracking little tractor this. And this front loader, I'm glad I bought this one, because anything bigger than this would have been overkill. One thing this little tractor doesn't have, actually, is beacons. We've got no beacons on it. So it's a little bit of a menace from that point of view. Right, bring it up onto the sidewalk here. I say sidewalk because we're in America. Get the four-wheel steer on so that we can easily maneuver this trailer. We've got somebody walking through the trailer. Never mind. And if we put this here like that, we can then load up all of the floor tiles that we have here. And now you can see just how maneuverable this little tractor is. Absolutely fantastic little thing. Can I get it more maneuverable? No. So there. So yeah, back wheels don't turn too much, but they turn enough that your turning circle improves. And of course, unlike the skid steer, it's going to be a little bit easier to load things up with. I don't know if getting rid of the forks on the skid steer actually might be a good idea. Oh, certainly, I think we're going to need some weight on this. Wow, look at that. Yep. This is definitely going to need a weight brought for it. So we'll get a rear weight. We'll get a rear weight that will connect up to a trailer, I think. Because that way, when we're out and about doing stuff like this, this will work perfectly. When we're back at our logging area, it will work perfectly as well. And just work out so much better for us. And then I just need to work out exactly what we're going to use our Volvo for, because I don't think we'll load anything up with the skid steer anymore with the forks. I think this is a much better thing, but we got use for the skid steer still with rock braking and with the stump grinding and things like that. The Volvo, well, it's useful to have another tractor about. We'll see where it goes. Last two on. Yeah, need to be careful. Of course, we are missing that rear weight. That is going to be the first thing I fix on this. Maybe I can put wheel weights on. That would, I don't actually know if any of the other wheel setups would have allowed me to put wheel weights on. I went for the Michelin tires. Sorry guys, out my way. Right, let's grab the trailer. We'll go and tip, or we'll go and drop all of this off at the I've got my forks in the ground. We're going to tip all this off at the roller coaster. Still should be making a decent amount of cash. Expecting all of this to disappear immediately. No. Wow. Oh wow, it did not have much space. Okay. So where else can we sell the floor tiles, riverbed springs, which means loading them onto the train? Alternatively, we look for flooring tiles in here. Then there we go, floor tiles. Riverbed springs is fairly high price. Silverrun market is 3386. Which is the next best price. So yeah, let's go and do that. So keeping the roller coaster as maxed out as we can, and then selling everything else we're producing wherever the best price we can. The exception being, I'm not looking really to load up the train anytime soon. I think the train, if I can create a ramp area where we can load up the train right outside our farm area, that'd be great. There we go, another 13,000. Perfect. So what I'm gonna do is bring this back over here, and I don't know what, well, what we'll do is we'll pop into the shop and grab ourselves a weight. We want something large, but we'll also connect up to a trailer. So the biggest weight we can get, which will also connect to a trailer, I think that is going to be the B2500 10-winkle. Yeah, as that is the biggest weight I can get that will connect up. I think the class weight here, we can make that heavier and it will still collect up. But yeah, I don't think we need to. This I think will do the trick. We will put that in the yellow as well. And oh, actually, no, we will put that. Was it the Hardy red? Yeah, we'll put that in the red, and we will purchase that. Yes. Okay. And sort of work with our red and yellow motif that we've got going here. Put that up. Oh yeah, look at that. That is perfect. So warning on the back, warning on the front, more than makes up for our lack of beacons. Don't think we have any beacons. Oh, we do. Do you know what? We actually do. So those are the beacons and those are the indicators. So yeah, we do actually have beacons on this. That's actually really cool. Oh, perfect. Right. So that sorts that out. And we'll park this up here. Like so. And then, yeah, as I said, it might be worth keeping this here. The forks here. But I just need to pop across and grab the bucket that we just had sitting at the shop forever. So drop the front off and we'll pop over to the shop. And yeah, the maneuverability of this then starts becoming much less of an issue once we're not having to move, we're not having to be precise with it. There we go. So this bucket now we can use to collect up stones once we've destroyed them, which we're going to have to start clearing this area soon. I think we're going to have to get some sort of mulcher, something that will clear all of the various shrubbery and things around here. I think is very much going to be something we need in the near future. We're still planning to build the metalwork area. Can't do that until we've got the cash. I think it's like 130,000. So it is, yeah, the iron furnace, 180,000. Entrance is, this is the thing. So the unloading point is there. It is on at the front of that chute there, and the spawn point for everything is sort of on the side. So conceivably it could go this way round. There's no, ideally I'd want it sort of this way around. We could do this way round and have the spawn point off to the side a little bit, but we don't have enough money to place this yet. But this is our next thing we want to place, and we've still got a few trees to empty out around here. So I think that's what I'm going to spend the rest of my day doing, is getting all of my getting some more trees cut, so that next time we can just load up the trailer and get a whole load more wood processing. But let's jump into, nope, not that tractor, into this Komatsu, and we'll then go and see if we can find some more trees to cut. There's plenty in the area. Oh yeah, and I can even see some on our way, which is perfect. And yeah, I think we need to stump ground through here. And look, we definitely have a load of rocks that need removing as well. So plenty of stuff for us to be having a go at here. And then I think we want to grab some sort of mulcher, because if we can do that, we should then get a good clearance for what we're looking to build. Cut that, go that way and lift that to full, back it up, get a nice clear area, and then cut some more lengths of wood here, ready for us to pick up in a bit. The little trees around here aren't really worth cutting. They end up being a little bit more of a pain than it's worth. Whereas if we can get the big long trees, then we can make quite a bit off them. That up and out. Oh, that was a hard thump that came down with. But if we can also cut these into a nice clearing, it makes it so much easier to get them all picked up and transported back. And of course, like normal, we'll put a load of stuff in the front and a load of stuff in the back. And I think I know where our Volvo is useful. On the front of our wood, on the front of our logging trailer. Absolutely where the old Volvo is useful. So yeah, I will hook that to that, and that's probably not really going to come off it because we don't need it on the flatbed anymore. I think what I want to get for this area, and that would probably do it, is a mulcher for the skid steer. If we could come in here with a mulcher for the skid steer and clear everything off with that, that would work perfectly. So that, I think, is what I'm going to look for. See if there is a mulcher that we can put on it. We might already have one. We'll have a look at that once we cut this tree. But yeah, to clear this area, just be able to drive around with a mulcher on the front of the skid steer would do wonders for us. Let's just have a look at that. Mulchers. that goes on tree stumps and bushes. What does that combine with? That combines with that, so nope. And that combines also with that. Yeah. We want a little mulcher. I am going to have to go and check on the mod tab and just see exactly what's available. Just gone 5 o'clock and we've cut a whole load more trees down here. I think we're pretty good for next time then. We can get all these collected up. I think I might come in here though first and see if we can grind some stumps. Especially if I can find that mulcher. That would be really useful to us. Otherwise, yeah, I think that Prinorth mulcher might be quite good. I'll park this here for now. We will bring the Volvo and the and the skid steer around here. We currently have a few pieces of a few items of wood and bits that we can sell. A few of our products can be sold off, so I'm loading these up on the trailer at the moment. We do need to get a mulcher. We've got a lot of stuff that needs clearing, a lot of bushes and bits like that we need to clear off. So we're looking to grab ourselves some sort of mulcher. Did I get 4 lots then? I did. I'm actually quite happy with that. So yeah, we need a mulcher. We're going to go and try and get that sorted today. And then we can start clearing space for our metalworking factory, which is the next step that we have around here. After that, I think at some point we're going to have to look at using some of this cleared area to start putting some sheep down at some point. We know we're going to need some stuff, some wool and some cloth, so that's going to be a longer term goal for us. This is on at a real angle on the front of this, but ooh, my in-cab stacking skills not too bad. I mean, that's on one hell of an angle, but that will go on there. I think, yeah, we're loading up planks and we're loading up beams at the moment, so we'll grab another set of beams and get these loaded up. So I can get all this loaded up, and then we'll have a look at exactly where we need to take all of these items. I'm hoping we can earn a little bit of money. We need about 3,000-4,000 for a mulcher that I found. So yeah, let's see if we can get this all loaded up and then go from there. The other thing we have where we left off last time is that we've got a whole load of logs sitting out in our logging area, and those are ready to be collected up and start processing through our 2 sawmills. So I'll be looking to get that done today and get some more of this stuff output so that we continue to just keep feeding everything. I don't know how far along we are with the roller coaster at the moment. Can we see it's beginning to build a few bits and pieces, but it is requiring stuff from the various places that we've got. I think we're going to take this tractor to go and unload these, because I'm not sure we got a lot of places for money to make today, but if we do have some bits in our productions that we can go and drop these, well, we can go and collect those and drop this off to feed those. So we'll head over to the roller coaster first. We'll have a look if the roller coaster needs any of this stuff unloaded onto it to keep it going, and then we'll take all of these bits and go and produce some more sections. We're gonna have to get the barrel factory at some point. We've got to get the picture framing factory at some point, I think. Yeah, we've just got a whole load of things that needs doing at some point, and so we're gonna crack on with that. But with this all loaded up, we can head out and we can go and make ourselves hopefully a little bit of cash. So we're going to start off by having a look at what the situation is with the roller coaster. Here at the moment we require metal, which is a problem. We need staircase railings and we need floor tiles. And this is why I've been going, we need to get the metal factory up. Not because it's something that's going to be an issue, but something that right now is an issue. We really need to get that going. So we need staircase railings and we need floor tiles. So the floor tile factory is up this way. We only need 31 liters of floor tiles. And I think our floor tile factory isn't... no, that's the pets. It's the next one over. And so that's over here. So yeah, money for our... for this is what we need now. And I don't think... Oh, we do have some. So let's pull this over here. And we will disconnect our trailer. Have a look at this, because I think this is all floor tiles. And if it is, that will get that sorted. And this is why we bought this tractor, because it's so much easier to go round and collect everything up. Yeah. We have some floor tiles here. And we're going to need more floor tiles for the roller coaster. So we'll get as many pallets of these loaded up and in as possible. Do have some space on the front of my trailer. That man is getting very close to my trailer. Right, I'm going to try and reverse out of this now. There we go. Yeah, we are clogging up the road and everything else, but it's loaded up. There's not a lot of space around this factory to load up, unfortunately. But yeah, look at that. Go around, we'll get everything picked up, and we'll go from there. We do need to unload stuff from our trailer into here and keep this factory producing things. So let's get this on. Look at that. Straight in. Nice and easy. Oh, ever so close. Just dropped off right at the end. So we can get that onto there. Back it off and we're done. Get that hooked up. Right. And then I need to get all this out of the way. Unblock the traffic. And we'll go around the corner and we'll just unload to here what we need to unload. Can we get close enough to the factory to tell me? Yes, we can. So we need planks long and oh, we've got plenty in there. It is still producing floor tiles. This is a good opportunity to pop in here and see what we've got. So we're nearly full on planks and planks long. We need planks long or wood into here, but planks long is tending to be where I'm going. And staircase railings we are producing at the moment and storing. So I think I might drop off some of my planks long here at the flooring factory, because we got space for those, and then we can drop more off at the wood turner. So let's do that. It's still creating a bit of a problem here. So we'll pull around the side and we'll get these unloaded around here. So nice, easy area to unload this here. And my planks long, I think, are right at the back. I've disconnected the wrong thing. Let's disconnect that trailer. And there we go. Rain's coming down. Not a huge problem for us here on a forestry setup. Planks long are these bits at the back. So there and there. We have 1,000 planks. So yeah, I'm gonna split these between these two. Short planks we're not worrying about because we got plenty here. I might grab one of my pallets just to top this place up. If we can keep our productions producing things, then that will keep the money flowing, even if right now the that's still hooked on there. The roller coaster doesn't need it. There we are. Back this off. But let's see if we can change our steering. Other advantage to this tractor, steering back to normal. Hook this back up. Right, and we'll take... No, I'm going to take some short planks and drop them off here as well. Do we have space for all the short planks in the flooring factory? Planks... Yeah, we could get at least 3 sets of these off here. So let's drop those off as well. We can make money from these. That's the other thing, is that anything I don't drop off of my factory, I can still make money at today. We can go and sell them elsewhere. But what I'm after is trying to just keep the most money we can flowing. That is a much better place to be. Again, I'm going to check the wood turner. The wood turner could do with a whole load more planks long. So we're not going to drop any more long planks off here. And I think we will try and... Well, do we have space for 1,000 more? No, we don't. So we're not going to drop any more planks off here at all. We're just going to take this and take it down to the wood turner and drop some long planks off. I kind of feel like the wood delivery service running around with this, getting all these bits and pieces dropped off. We're going to block the road off up here. Oh, wow, look at that. We have a decent amount of stuff sitting here waiting for us. That's very good news. Drop our trailer off here, and then we'll get our remaining long planks, drop them off first, and then the rest we can, or the space we then have for all of these staircase railings, and then everything else that we have on this trailer can all be sold to the roller coaster if it'll take it. Because it doesn't hurt to have extra supply sitting there at the roller coaster waiting to be used. Right, I'm expecting those cars will go round my trailer. They park the trailer in the middle of the road. They're not going to. Never mind. Right, I'm going to have to drop the forks off because that's got stuck. There we are. So yeah, little tip. If you've ever got something stuck on your forks in Farm Sim, get the forks down to the ground, drop the forks off the front of your bit of equipment, and then reconnect them. And you'll find that the forks will magically free up from whatever it is that has they've got stuck on. Really, really useful tip, that. I love the maneuverability of this Lin track. It is absolutely fantastic. And having got to drive one a couple of months ago at FarmCon, yeah, it's a really nice little tractor as well. It just maneuvers so nicely, this. That extra rear steering for an area like this, or for loading up like this, is perfect. Right, we can now set our steering back, lock these down, and we'll see how much of this we can deliver to the roller coaster. And then it's really going to be a push to start getting that metal factory and getting that set up, because we're going to be at a point where we can't move to the next stage on the roller coaster without providing some metal to it. So down to the roller coaster. We know we need to get some railings down here. And we know we need to get some floor tiles down here. So we will unload both of those. And then we'll see what else this will take. At least the rain has gone. We've got a bit of a hazy sunshine at the moment. But the rain has gone, which is good news. That is 1,975 for the first set of railings. Right, let's see how much of this. This does not need a huge amount of these floor tiles. In fact, that is it. That is all the floor tiles this needed. Yeah, everything else now pretty much is we've got to sell it until we don't need it, or until this needs it again. So how many more? We need metal, we need floor tiles. We're missing 1,016 on the staircase railing. So let's get this back lot of staircase railings unloaded. Shouldn't need more than, I would have said, one of these. 1,016 is actually a little more than a single pallet. So we'll pick these up, and I think it'll take part of one of these pallets. And then, yeah, because this is 2,000 liters, so expect it fully to take the first one, and then partly to take the second. Oh, it did take all of it. So we are now required materials for next step. We have all of them. In fact, in the storage in here, yeah, we can put the rest of the staircase railings. We don't need any more floor tiles, so perfect. We'll sell the rest of the staircase railings here, max out what we can put in here, and then we'll go and sell the rest of this elsewhere. The last 2 pallets of this, and I think this is the target, is to fill up the roller coaster as much as possible, and then we've always got stuff there, and we just need to get the next bits. We're up to 31,247. We will be able to get the mulcher today and clear some areas, which is great news. And then, yeah, that'll be good. Let's go and see where the rest of this can be sold. Best price for floor tiles is on the train. Best price for wood beams is on the train, both of which are at best price right now. And best price for what we have left, which I think is the planks. That's the boatyard, so we can go and drop those off here now. And we're then not too far from somewhere where we can load up the train. So we'll go do those and make as much money as we can from what we've got left on here. So the boatyard is our first port of call. We'll just pull this over here, drop the trailer off, and then get this hooked, or get these planks off of here. The train yard is just across the road there. God, I've actually got quite a thick fog coming in at the moment. I wasn't expecting this. With any luck, this will clear in the next few hours. Not a huge problem for us here, but it really has just sort of come in after that rain. Let's put that under there. There we go. Hoping to... yeah, there we go. I was worried that was going to cause issues stuck under those other pallets, but we're good. We don't own the boatyard, so we're not actually building a boat. We're just selling here at the moment. There we go. Yeah. Buying, I'd love to build a boat at the same time, and maybe in the latter stages we'll look at doing that. We did that last time we were on Silverrun, and it might be a good thing for us to do again this time. Right, lift that up. Yeah, it up. There we go. Right. And then the next bit is just across the road here. We need to get the train in and get that loaded up. While we wait for the trainer to arrive, I'm just having a quick look at what we have in the areas that we own. So we've got 32, which is the area around our house. We've got 33, which is the area around the back of the house. And then we've got 36, which goes quite a long way around the side up here. We've cleared most of this area down the bottom here. So there's still quite a way for us to move up here, and we'll probably end up replanting a large section of this. 33 there it's only worth 32,000, so even contemplating selling that doesn't make a huge amount of sense. The other thing we need to look at is mulcher, and I have found one on the mod hub, as I said I would at the end of the last episode. And it's the TFR 250 is the base game one. The TFK 200 is a smaller version that requires a lot less horsepower. In fact, a lot less horsepower than pretty much anything else. We have 140 horsepower available to us. And we could either use the Devour Trees, which actually just does stumps. This should allow us to remove bushes as well. And I'm hoping it's going to work on the Volvo. The Volvo is 10 horsepower underpowered for it, but hopefully it should still work. It's 24,500, which is a lot cheaper than pretty much every other solution here, other than the Devour Trees. And so, yeah, I think this will be a good one for us to choose. Quite dark in here today. And I think we want to kind of give it the municipal color, maybe. Or actually, I might just leave it as it is. Don't want to incur any extra costs. So, yeah, we'll leave it fairly standard. And we're going to buy that. Yes. Perfect. And the train has arrived. It's sitting here at the station waiting for us. I didn't realize it must have got here while we were doing other bits. It is very nicely lined up, though, for me to load stuff up. So let's do that. We'll unhook all of this so that we can get these on nice and quick. We will disconnect the trailer. Yeah, it kind of goes very rigid. On its pickup, the trailer, and I probably should lower my weight before I go and do that. Oh, tractor conked out on me. We might need to go and do a little bit of a repair. There's not a huge, it's not massively damaged, but it probably could do with just a little bit of a repair, just to make sure everything's good. Right, there we are, and away we go. I'm wondering if we're gonna have to make any panels or anything like that at any point. That might be a thing. We might need to get that sorted. Put that on here. It's still got the straps applied from the last time we sold a load of stuff. Now, we've got a sizable weight on the back of this. Can I get all 4 of these pallets in one go? I'm not actually going to risk it. Yeah, I think we can just instead get this nicely on here with the first pallet. And then just be gentle with the whole thing and make life easier for ourselves. It's not like we have a lack of space on here. Let's just think about the train. I could back the train up next to our forestry area and load up a whole load of wood onto the back. I'm not sure our current wheel loader would allow me to reach that high, but yeah, we could load up a whole load of wood onto this and just straight up sell that on the train as well. That's one of the nice bits about where we're positioned this time on this series. Whoa! And that's just slid right off. Can we knock that over and get that picked up? Yep. Nice and easy. And we'll do this. We'll do this the easy way. We'll come in and pick up a bit of time from us. Just so that it makes things easier on us overall. Get this onto here, and then we'll re-strap everything down. And we can send the train off to go and make us some cash. Yeah, this has been much easier than running around with the little skid steer. Right, and at this point we should be able to return the rented train, and hopefully this stuff won't go and fly off as it gets sold, as used to happen on the old version of Silverrun. 120, and away that goes. The train should then get all of that sold for us, and we'll have I think it's about another 24,000 in the bank. Yeah, there we go. 28,287. So that was a really good payday off of those. Well worth mucking around with the train to get that done. So let's get back to our forestry area, and I'm going to hook up the new mulcher with the Volvo, and we'll see if we can clear off some shrubs. Our trusty old Volvo BM here. Absolutely cracking tractor. Got over 100 hours on it. It's worth absolutely nothing. But it just keeps proving its usefulness, even after we've got another tractor, even after all of this has been done so far. It just keeps proving its usefulness. It's our tractor for use on our little trailer that we've got, our wood chip trailer. Right, we want to see if it'll run with this and get rid of some of these shrubs. I think it's going to create ground. There's no way I can stop it doing that. But turn this on. Yeah, it's not going to create stuff this way. But if I come into here and I put this down, I think it's going to get rid of shrubs. And yeah, so it'll get rid of shrubs. It will also do this with the ground, which is not the end of the world. What we can always do is redo stuff. I think it's probably creating usable field here. But the shrubs, we've got a lot of shrubs here that kind of just need to clear the area. And then we can some other stuff down. But I think this is basically creating field. We are getting rid of shrubs and clearing stuff. But if we look on the map, come into here, not showing. There we go. Yeah, it's showing cultivated land in the area we've done here. So yeah, we clear the area with this. It is showing it as cultivated. We could actually put grass down here and plant grass. I don't really want to use the landscaping tools and paint stuff in. I think much more realistic for me to come and plant stuff here and go with that. So yeah, I think that's what we're probably going to do is get these areas cleared and set cultivated, and then maybe plant some grass and stuff down here and go from there. And that way it's nicely mowable land as well, which would be really useful to us. But clearing out all these shrubs and things means that we'll actually be able to see what we're doing. That's created a nice clear area just behind our actual sawmills. cleared away a whole load of shrubs, and we can see a little bit better what we're doing around here now. This up to the edge of that. Yeah, it does create an area that's a bit more muddy, but we can always bind that with a bit of grass. And yeah, we've got a whole load of rocks to remove as well. So at some point I want to get a rock remover and get in here and start removing those too. But that has worked great. So what I'm going to do is drop this over here with the other tools. I'm going to want to put a shed in at some point, somewhere to store our stuff. Probably should put something up at the house, but I'm got something grander planned for the house eventually. For now, that has worked pretty well. What I want to do is start collecting up these piles of wood and processing everything for our next bit, so that we've got more stuff coming in. We can earn more money, and we can go and head ourselves that metal factory, so that we can go and load some of that up and get that done. So let's bring this here and back this up. Right, I need to load up a whole load of this wood so that our sawmills can get functioning again, and we can get working. Come on, that up. There we are. Drop that off the front. I want the big grab because we have some big piles to collect up. Last set of logs in this area, and I think, given that it's 5:30, we might go and just get all of this into our sawmill and processing. We do have some other logs around, so I'll probably go and pick those up on my way past. See if I can go and park this tractor by them. But we're back. We're here on Silverrun, and next week there might be something a little Mercedes-like added to our logging operation here. Certainly, I think that there's a couple of things in the upcoming DLC that might fit in very nicely on here. I think I've finally decided that our skid steer here doesn't really have much use on our forestry setup here. We've got a bucket, and we've got a load of stuff that we can sell off with it. And I want to get a new piece of kit today that should help us grow, and that should hopefully help us get a decent amount of metal down here later on. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab all of the attachments and everything we've got for the little Kubota here. I'm going to sell this off. This should be worth a fair amount of money to us, which will be good. And I've also got the hire purchase mod in. So I think the new bit of kit, we're going to get that with the hire purchase mod and try that out. That is if one doesn't appear first in the sales. I did put a search out, and we'll see. If you guys have seen the thumbnail, that you know what we are going to be picking up today. And it's something absolutely brand new from the Mercedes pack DLC. So I'm looking forward to trying it out, and it should fit on here fairly well, and be a good little piece of kit. So yeah, let's clear this stuff off, and we'll come back and we'll get this stuff sold. Also, I very much think I might sell my mulcher. I don't really want to be creating lots of fields, although we could create a large grass area here. So I'm thinking about that. But yeah, let's get rid of this first, and then we'll go from there. Now, we should get a fair amount of money from selling all of this stuff to the shop here. So we'll bring this round and park it all up, like so, and turn that off. Right, we need to do some repairs and some repainting. So yes, this here. So most of this is actually not too bad. So we'll repaint that, repair that. That needs a small repaint. That needs a small repaint. Doesn't need a repair. And that needs a repaint, yes. I think all of this is stuff we can sell. So we can sell the skid steer for 66,000. We get 3,500 for the bucket, 2,200 for the stump grinder, and 690 for the pallet fork. So let's sell all of this off. Yes. Sell. Yes. Sell. Yes. And then we'll sell. Yes. There we go. So we're up to 105,727. What do we need to get our metal working, our furnace? The furnace is going to cost us 180,000. So we need to try and get that sorted. I'll do that there. I don't know which is the best way round for us to do the furnace. I think we discussed this a few times, but we don't have the money for it at the moment. So we need to keep going on this. Yeah, we're going to have plenty of space. I think these two trees here we want to take down, and we want to start clearing the space over here. So let's get a piece of equipment that might help us with this. And over here, not in the sales, we have the Mercedes-Benz Trucks Pack DLC installed. So this is out next Tuesday. You can pre-order it now from the Farming Simulator website. Use code VFGAMING when you check out. And there is currently 10% off until Tuesday. And I think we want a Unimog on here. 70,500 is going to give us a pretty versatile piece of kit. So we're going to go for this. I want to... this is the 180 horsepower version. We can take it up to 240 if we want, but I don't think we have anything that requires that much. So I'm just going to leave it at 180. We can always upgrade it later. I want both sets of beacon lights on the top. I want a back 3-point hitch because that will be useful to us. We want the sidewalls on for now. In fact, no, I'm going to take the sidewalls off for now because I think it's going to be more useful to us with the platform. No Isaria Pro contract, and because we're doing forestry work, we're going to put it in the municipal orange. And for the license plate, we need to pick somebody from the patrons and YouTube channel members. And that person is going to be Zach B. Congratulations, you have been selected at random from the patrons and YouTube channel members of Tractor Driver and above level. Thank you for your support, and we will okay that. So that hasn't actually put it on. Let's front and back. Okay. So one on the front, one on the back. Perfect. And we are going to try out the hire purchase mod here. I'm going to do it over a year. And if we go with option 1, we can, in fact, no, if we go with option 4, because we're expecting to have the most over the year, that's going to be the largest amount at the end of the year. But it is, it's also going to be the largest amount to pay in. I think we'll go actually with option 1, monthly cost. Oh no, length. Option 4. Yeah, option 4, I think that is going to be the best choice. 84,000. Yeah, not a massive difference. Perfect. So purchase that. Okay. And now what I want to try with this hire purchase mod is, can we customize this? Because that would be really useful if we can. So we'll just back this up over here. That is a very throaty piece of kit on this. Yeah, and the great thing about this, and the thing we're going to have to do, is we're going to have to transport a load of metal down. So I'm hoping that this will speed things up. We can customize it. Perfect. So yeah, I really like this mod. This mod is going to be very useful to us, especially maybe on things like the realism experiment. I quite like that. So let's get this back over here, and I want to see if we can clear away some shrubs with this, and that means hooking up this piece of kit. Does mean our Volvo again has another job really that's been removed from it, but I kind of want to clear some stuff up. Nice that that bit cuts out there. Yeah, look at this. This is brilliant. Right, what we don't have is a means now of getting rid of those rocks, but never mind. That was kind of why I had the skid steer kicking around. But what I can do now is come over this way and around all the trees over here. In the bit that we're going to move into, we can clear some space. In fact, look at this. There's a whole load of wood that I hadn't realized we'd got around here. So we'll bring this around and we'll clear some space around here. And yeah, I'm going to have to get something in to get the area cleared of these rocks. So we might, what I might do actually is just lease a skid steer so that we're able to go and handle that later. But what I really need to do right now is get rid of these shrubs. In fact, what we're going to do, we're going to turn that off, disconnect it, we're going to turn this round. I'll be able to control things that little bit better the other way around, I think. Yeah, look at this. That's fantastic. So if we turn, one thing we might be able to do with creating fields with this is be able to plant a whole load of grass around here and maybe get some sheep down. Wool is very useful. We're going to need it later on, and clearing the areas around these trees means that we'll be able to put a fairly large sheep area down, which will be incredibly useful to us. This area is nice and flat and makes things very easy for us doing that. Yeah, this is taking out these shrubs really well. I think it will take out these trees as well if I make it. No, if I lift it up. Yeah, there we go. So that took out that tree. So yeah, this will take out the shrubs and the small trees, and we can clear an area around here that makes it so much easier for us to work. One of the nice things about this is we can come through and grind away the stumps like that. I think that this is actually just really useful. We can come through, we can sort out areas like this, we can clear it first, make it easier for us to then make our piles of wood, and then just clear an area really easily. And the beauty of this is that we'll just be able to clear areas so much quicker, and yeah, just clear off these stumps as well. Look at this. So come up to this and away it goes. Yeah, that is so much easier. Just gotta make sure that I don't hit my actual wood that I've got here. But yeah, we'll clear things so much quicker with this setup. Right, now that I've cleared a decent sized area for us to work in, just park this over here for now. I think we could do the weight on the back. This feels very front heavy at the moment. But yeah, I think a weight on the back here would be useful. We'll turn that off. And then we'll get this loaded up. We'll start it up and take that over there. I want to load up the existing logs that we've got first. And this is where this little tractor just still becomes useful. We leave it on the log trailer. It loads everything up and just keeps things going. Yeah, there are lots and lots of stumps kicking about, so we'll have to deal with those in a bit. if we bring this over into this area we've cleared, we'll go and get our wheel load up and start loading things up. After we finished last time, I did load a load of logs up and get them into our sawmill, which is why we have a load of stuff available to us. Yeah, I think the best thing for us in regards to these rocks is to wait until we've cleared the area, clear around and show all the rocks, and then once we've done that, we can come in and we can get all the rocks done in one swoop with a with one of those little skid steers. For now, I think we're much better off spending the money with something more useful like the Unimog. And that is just, the Unimog is going to allow us to transport things so much faster. That is going to be massively useful when we go to get a whole load of ore in a bit. First, we need to load all this wood up. Let's see if we can't get up to here and get this loaded up. Yeah, and then we can load all this into our sawmill and go from there. The amount of mess you can see and the difficulty to see all of these logs is exactly why I want to clean things up first. Because if I can clear the area first and get all the bushes out of the way, doing this job and seeing all of these becomes so much easier, as does actually loading them onto the trailer. It means we can get them in the middle like this. We can then load them off and just pull away, and goes and works so much smoother. So it is all about trying to load these up as neatly as possible. I don't know if this here is solid tree or not. Is that? No, that is bush. Right. So what I want to do, really, knowing that I have a stack the other side of here, open that right up, and we're going to put that on the ground and take a run at these. See if we can't get them in. I think I'm a little bit far over. But not too bad. Might have to move these across. Close that up. Have a look up a bit. And I'm trying now to get these on the front. Might need, actually, to just strap these down. Yeah, want to get these on the front in a position that's right. The trouble I've got is that we are quite forward with these. Actually, that's not too bad. I will take that. What I might do is see if I can reposition them a bit. But yeah, that actually, those fell not too badly. We got a decent amount on here now. Still a fair amount still to load up, but we're fairly even between the front and the back. I've got another pile over here. So let's see if we can get these in. Make sure I'm as flat as possible and down, and try and drive that into the pile there. Close it up and see how much we get. It's always a little bit hit and miss. Oh wow, if that holds, that will be one hell of a pile. I don't know if that's gonna hold though. It is not overly happy. Yeah, there we go. Lost 3, but lost 3 crucially just in front of the trailer. We should be able to hopefully maneuver things. Back it off. And then forwards. So if we don't lose any more, we'll be fine. Yeah, let's drop those all on there. That'll do. And then grab these 3 in front. I'll probably have to grab that one that's fallen out the side. But crucially, I think we're going to be all right. Last one up on the top. And in. Yeah. And then off. And we'll strap that all down. And we'll get the rest. The rest is actually just a single pole. We've got everything except for this. So I should be able to pick this up. Yeah, this isn't very heavy. And then we'll be able to clear that area off. I don't know if there are any other logs around here. I think we might have to cut some more. Yeah, I think we'll cut a couple more trees down. So let's turn this off and go and get our tree harvester. The thing that amazed me about the equipment I'm using on here is that it is all pretty old, especially the starting stuff. Some of our equipment is worth 0. Okay, can't cut that tree with this. That's fine. So that is that will just go. This one over here, though, we should be able to get. If it's not too big, that would be the biggest problem. Yep, we can do this one. So up to this and that. Let's take this here like that. There we go. Cut. Right. Turn to the side. Lift up. And cut. Yep. Lift. Yeah. Just keep cutting this. And hopefully make a nice little pile that's really easy for us to pick up. That is the aim with cutting these piles like this. They stay in a fairly neat pile. Should be able to get them picked up. Where are we? Let's head this way then. See what else we have. There's a couple over here. Oh, we've got this one here actually. Try and get this cut as well. I don't think we need more than maybe 3 or 4 more trees. Let's turn the head. Out, down. Yep, this one will do as well. Gonna try and get 4 trees out of this area. Will this one cut? Yeah, this one will cut. This harvester actually is pretty good. It will cut most trees. We've not had, I think we've only had a couple of trees so far that this harvester's kind of gone no to. At the moment, it's doing all right. We want to cut 1 more tree, I think, and that should load us up for the day and allow us to get the most out of this area. And then we'll go round with the Unimog and just clear out the stumps that we've got around here. Bring that in. Yeah, don't want to get that messed up. That. Forwards. Down a bit. Forwards. Cut. Perfect. All straight across my trailer. That's not great. Okay, with that done, I'm going to get this out the way. We will fold it up. And then we'll get our big wheel loader in and get this cleared up. Now that we're not got stuff in the in all of the bushes and everything, this is much easier. We can see things much more clearly. What I want to do is try and get all of these in one go. It's not completely playing ball. Forwards and under. Will that grab that? Yes, I think we've got all of that in one go. So yeah, nice clean piles picked up in the right place. Means that we should be able to load these up much easier by getting rid of all of these shrubs and bushes and everything and clearing the underbrush before we cut the trees rather than after. And the beauty of putting the mulch on the front of the Unimog is that we're able to just sort of drive around and get rid of stumps and things as well, which have been causing us all sorts of problems on here. Final load of wood onto our trailer and lay it down, try and make it not overlap with other stuff. And in it goes. Can I maneuver it off the other logs a little bit so that everything is a little bit more sturdy. Let's see. It doesn't completely want to. I'll be able to lift it up a little bit. No, it's not going to. It's not going to be easy to maneuver these along. That might do it. Yeah, that'll do. That's sturdy enough. So let's reverse this off. Put this down. Close this all off. Put this up. And we'll be able to take this down to the back down to our sawmills. So my hope is that next time we'll be able to go and do a load of deliveries. We got quite a bit that we're going to be able to get through our sawmills before next time, and that will then allow us to do to go and deliver some stuff. We'll use the other tractor to do deliveries because that is great for the sort of moving stuff about and things, and we will we'll then see if we can actually afford the area up the top, or to afford the furnace to get some metal down here and start making some metal rolls, because that then is great money for us, but it also allows us to move forward again with our construction on the roller coaster. I think I've got stuck on one of these dang rocks. There we go. Freed myself. Right, so front batch in the front area. So what we'll do is we'll just bring this up to here. We only want the front set on. That should be enough. So sell wood. Move it forward slightly more because it hasn't recognized those ones. Oh, it took some off the back. So yeah, the rest can go into the other sawmill. Like that. We will take all of those off. And we'll unload the rest over here. Like that. Right. So how much wood does that give us in here? In this one, we now have 20,000 litres of wood. And in this one, we have about 20,000 litres of wood. That is perfect. That is going to keep everything going very nicely. And turn that all off. And yeah, and look at this. We've got a load of planks and stuff already coming out. So next time, we'll load up the trailer and we'll get all of this delivered or sold. Looking at our productions, we have our flooring factory is, yeah, we can fill the flooring factory back up. We can fill the wood turner up, which is making staircase railings for us at the moment. And that will be great. As for our roller coaster over here, we are maxed out on wood beams. We can take a little bit more planks. We can take some more staircase railings. I suggest we max everything out. So max out the floor tiles, max out the staircase railings. And yeah, we need a few more staircase railings, apparently. And we need just metal. So the issue at the moment is metal to get this moving forwards. That furnace is becoming more and more important. I have too many planks on that. So let's back that off slightly. And yeah, we're going to be doing a lot of selling off today. We've got a lot of planks. We've got a lot of wooden beams. We've got a lot of small planks. We'll be able to get some onto our into our own productions. We should also be able to get some into straight up selling. So we're going to fill the productions first, and then we're going to go from there. So it's going to take a little bit to get these all loaded up, I think. Oh, you can see here that this angle on here is not great. Right, let's do that and angle that back to about 0. Yeah, there we go. So if I can get this all loaded up and we can get this all done, that would be great. We have so much. I mean, I'm starting here with the long planks. I think we're going to have basically a trailer full of each of these. Last time we didn't go and do anything in the actual with the actual selling off or moving stuff or anything like that. We're doing fairly well. Oh, wow, my forks are badly positioned here. Let's pop out and see what's going on. Yeah, that's what worried me. Right, those onto there. So we are going to try and sell a lot of this off this time. There is quite a bit that we can sell off here that will earn us a decent amount of cash. So if we can do that, we will be in, and with any luck, that means we'll be able to get the metal or the iron furnace this time. We've got a little bit of an oddity. You can see some water keeps appearing sort of in our land there. That's kind of happened since the update. So I don't quite know why that's happening. It tends to disappear before the end of the day, though. There we go. Look at that. Line this all up. This is probably not the best place to have this trailer. I think I might wrap these down. Let's see if we can do this next thing without make everything fall over. Oh, this is worrying me slightly. But if we can position these a bit better up the front here, yeah, like that, that'll do. That'll give us a little bit more space on the trailer and fit more on. So yeah, there's quite a whack of stuff to get loaded up on here. We'll load up all the planks first. We'll then load up the small planks, because between all of these, those are the ones that are going to be going to our productions. And then after that, what we'll do is we'll go and get all of these wood beams that we've got. We'll get them loaded up and take them elsewhere, so that they can also be sold off. And with any luck, we'll hit the, I think it's 130,000 that we need to get the iron furnace set up today. That would be awesome. Will it be enough? There's only one way for us to find out. So it looks like I'm not going to be able to fit much more than just the planks on here, or the long planks on here. The short planks we have still sitting here. So I'm just gonna put this onto here. I had completely forgotten that this tractor has all-wheel steer, which became very useful as we were loading this up. So we will get that done and that done. So I'm gonna go and drop these off at our places that we have. Don't think we'll have anything to pick up. We might do, actually. If we do, we can sort of empty everything out and then come back. I want to fill them up, sell everything off, and then come back. We also need to check if there's anything that the roller coaster actually needs. If there is, then what we can do is go and sort that and load those up. We'll do that when we go to sell the rest of these planks. But yeah, hopefully this is going to bring us in a decent amount of cash, and we will be able to get our furnace. That is really the thing I need to move things forwards. Right, in here, bring this up and unhook everything. Right, that is everything unloaded. That is now completely full with long planks. So reverse that out, reverse back out onto the road. Oh, dolly trailers, always fun. But we can do that and then head over to the wood turner. Looks to me like the wood turner actually has a lot of stuff here. Yeah, I think we could possibly sell off some of these railings. So we'll bring this here. We will unload these, take all of them. Fantastic. Right, and then I'm just going to back this out to a point where I can load it up, and we will fill this trailer with those so that we can make a decent amount of cash from here, because we have yet to make any money and we've unloaded all of our stuff. So yeah, let's see how much we can get for the railings. I love the maneuverability of this little tractor. It does really make things so much easier when we're doing this. And the great thing about it as well is that it means that we can get things around much quicker. We kind of this is one of the bits that replaced the skid steer. Basically, the only reason for the skid steer would have been to break rocks and to clear rocks out of our area, and we have no need for that at the moment. We will eventually, but right now that's not necessary. So let's do that. I think I want to try and get the ore place behind our sawmills, but it's going to be a careful one to do, because we want to make it easy to load up the metal rings. So that's going to be careful. Right, yeah, you've not got ammo weight, so you'll be fine there. Perfect. Right, and just one more, which dropped out early. We can then go, and I think we'll go and see if there are any roofing tiles. If there are, then we'll pick those up as well, because that will then allow us to sell a whole load of stuff, and we've got a really decent amount of stuff here. Yeah, very happy with that. And we do have some down here, so I'm just going to pull this over the other side of the road, drop that off, and then yeah, we're going to block everything while we load this up. I'll be fine. Traffic will find another way around, and we can get all of these in. Yeah, floor tiles, not roofing tiles, floor tiles. And I think we've got a good stash of them in here that we'll be able to sell off and make some cash on today. 2 more on the front here, and then 1 to go on the back. I need to carefully maneuver this. 0. Because we're moving about a lot, it's hard to keep it on that. So that's on, and we will strap that down. Right, just 1 more to go, which is behind us here. We'll put that on the back, on top of the lone staircase railing, and then we'll go and see if any of this will be accepted at the roller coaster. I don't think so. I think we're pretty much full on everything, and we are just waiting for metal now at the roller coaster. And if that's the case, then we should be able to sell all this and make a tidy little profit. There's quite a bit here, actually. Right, and off. So close that up, and then I'm going to put that down. We'll reset the wheels on the tractor, hook up, and we'll go and see if we can drop any of this off. And then we'll go and see if we can sell the rest. So first port of call is here. Let's bring this in, see if any of this will drop off here. And we'll undo our strap. Oh, wow. Wanted 14,000. Quite a bit of the staircase railings went into there. That's good. That's very good. So in storage here, yeah, this is still using a little bit of staircase railing, but most of what is missing now is the metal. Let's have a look. Where is the best place to sell the rest? Staircase railings, roller coaster. We've already sold everything we can there. Similarly, floor tiles, Riverbend springs, unfortunately, which means loading them up on the train. Let's have a look if the train is the case for both staircase railings. So Riverbend is 2051. Yes. And the same with the flooring, I think. That is up here. Floor tiles. Roller coaster. Yeah. Followed by, yeah, Riverbend Springs is the best place. Right. Let's head to the railway station then. Load this up. Is there anything else that we have that is best to go to there? Roller coaster, barrel factory, roller coaster. Wood beams are best to go there as well. I think we want to get the train in, load all of this up, and then we'll come get the wooden beams and load those up as well. Plus anything else that's going to do really well on the train. While I wait for the train, I want to double check this. So planks long, we've got rid of all of them. Planks, best place is going to be roller coaster, followed by Silverrun Market. Oh no, we can sell that at Riverbend Springs. Not as good a price as other places. In fact, it's less than most places. Flooring factory, we own. A boatyard is actually still a good price. So yeah, we want to get all the planks to the boatyard, whereas the beams we know that want to come to here. So yeah, that's what we're going to do. We'll wait for the train to arrive. We'll load up what we've got on our trailer over there, and then we will head and get rid of the planks first to the flooring factory because we've got space, and then sell anything left to the boatyard. Train is reversing into the station now, and be able to load things up fairly quick. In fact, it lines up really nicely here. So we'll jump in the tractor and get this unloaded. Let's disconnect that. That dolly becomes really rigid. I kind of need to lower the weight first, I think. Right, and we want the correct wheel setup so that we can easily maneuver. Right, and then we can get this all unloaded. So let's take all of these off. Those suddenly shifted. Sometimes, yeah, things do go to weird positions. We'll get those off first, seeing as they are causing havoc right now. So get them up. Right, and then I'll get the rest of this loaded up, and then we'll go and get the wooden beams. Last two sets of railings, then we'll get these loaded up and on like that. I was a little bit worried that I might not have enough space to fit everything on here, but I think we're going to be all right. So let's head back to our operation, our forestry operation. We will get all of the beams loaded up. We've got a few of those to get on here to try and lower this down before I hook on. Yeah, like that. Then switch back, lift it up. That works much better. Must remember to lower that down before I disconnect the trailer. Okay, so it looks to me like we've got quite a number of the beams here. I'm going to turn this around, get this in a position where I can easily load it up. Like so. Reverse it up a little bit. Drop that down. Disconnect it. Board, lift it up. Perfect. Switch my wheels. And we'll get these loaded up quickly and get them back down to the train, because the longer we have to train, the more it's going to cost us. I have way more of these than I realized. I put the first 6 on here. We're now up to, what, 8? I think? No. First 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So we've got the first 10 on here. I'm trouble getting the second one off my board. There we are. And 2 more have immediately spawned there. We've got a few more that have spawned over here. So yeah, this is going to take a couple of trips to get all these. And we do want to get all these sold, because if we can sell all of these, then we should have the money we need. Whereas the planks, not quite so important, but I think we want to try and sell everything we can today and get as much money in as possible. We've got another 6, 7 of these after this. So yeah, that is going to be a very, very nice amount for us to get on the train and make some money with. Also, you might hear the beeping. Yeah, we need to refuel this tractor. Not worried about it quite yet, but we are going to have to deal with it soon. Having said I wasn't too worried before, I think we might be a little bit shy on space. Making it slow up here. Yeah, I think we might have to get the last sort of 7, maybe, on the... well, I think we might be able to fit 2 on the end there. But I think there's a bigger problem in that we won't be able to fit any more. So, yeah, we'll go refuel this tractor on our way. Because it is now in the red and is very much beeping at me. And we'll also go and get the remaining of those beams, because yeah, that is doing pretty well for us. We are going to make so much money off this, which is great. We need to make a lot of money off this. So a quick trip to the gas station, as we're on an American map, and we will refuel this. Turn it off and refuel. That will then keep things quieter. That up again. Still have my wheel steer on, so turn that off. Right, let's go load up the remaining bits that we have. Yeah, we've got 6, 7 of these to load up. I can't believe it. How has that happened? There's a Unimog available to purchase. It has... how many hours on it? 30 hours on it. I think we are gonna have to pick that up. We'll have to change the color on it and everything. We've got the 28,000, but our current Unimog, that is worth 67,000, and we can absolutely switch that out. So yeah, I think we'll keep the same number plate and everything. So our current Unimog's number plate is for Zach B. So let's get that switching out. So in here, it's the same horsepower, it's the same everything. 3-point hitch will take it up to 40,000. That's still a saving though, and we want it in the orange. You kind of wonder how much it will cost us to do it all, but yeah, let's get this set up. Rather have a little bit of used equipment. Right, there we go. So we'll keep that with Zach B, who did last time, and we will buy that. Ooh, we've got it on hire purchase, haven't we? I think. Yeah, hire purchase. We can't do it. It's come up, and I don't want to. No, we're going to keep hire purchasing our existing one. As amazing as that is, and as annoying as that is, we'll stick with what we've got. It's a pity, because that would have been absolutely fantastic the previous day. But right now, it is of little use to us, as we already have one on HP. And in fact, we are more than going to be able to pay for the hire purchase on our Unimog at the moment. It feels like this could be a massive payday for us. I'm hoping that's going to be the case because, yeah, we're sitting fairly pretty at the moment. Lower that down. Trailer, drop it off. Move forward slightly and lift the weight. Go. Right. So, not going to be overly easy to fill this. We'll take the 3, and then I think I'm going to go 2 2s on the top. So that, like that. Oh, let's undo all of them actually while we're here. Right, and then get this under and get these on, and then get the other 2 on top. Only 2,000? Oh yeah, because we only have 2,000 on the forks. And this is where the maneuvering is going to come in. Very, very useful. Slowly up the ramp. Over to the side. And maneuver in a much smaller space with this tractor. Onto here. Yeah, it's like having a front loader with all-wheel steer. It is a front loader with all-wheel steer. Really, really do love this. These Lintners are awesome tractors. So pleased I got to go and see how they're built. Right, and then we want to grab 2 off the top, 2 off the second, and then 2 off the lower, and get them all on. And then we'll send the train off and see how much we get. I think it's going to be a decent sized payday. With 12, with nearly 20, I think 19 of these on here, we could end up with 100,000 just from the wood beams. Last 2 on, pull that away. We can put the brakes on there, wrap it all down. Right, and we'll return the train and see how much we get for all this. This, as I said, could be a massive payday. I'm hoping so, because we're going to need some decent stuff. Or we're going to need some decent money to get, to be able to get the stuff that we want back. Yeah, very little money paid for that train, which is awesome. Let's see what it pays. 171,579. We're taking a big environmental score penalty at the moment, and we need to sort of deal with that. But we are up to 277,207. That is fantastic. That means that next time we will be getting our metal and the ore running. We'll build the furnace and we'll get all that going. And yeah, the next stage of the roller coaster that can begin. We still have a lot of stuff here we can sell. We still got a lot of wood we can cut, and we've got a lot of stuff to clear. So yeah, this has been a really successful day. We have a fantastic amount of money now, and things are looking up here on Silverrun, and that means we'll pick it up next time, making some more. Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a like and drop us a comment. A huge thank you to all my patrons and channel members whose names are on screen now. Your support makes these videos possible. For more from Virtual Farmer, check out the recommended video below, or subscribe and help us on the road to 50,000 subscribers. And I will see you next time.